Okay, good morning, and welcome back to this session this morning. I hope you all had a pleasant evening and got some rest. As we promised yesterday, before we move into this session, we'd like to take a few moments and reflect on some of the discussions that we had in the breakout groups yesterday. So what I possibly do is ask my co-chair to start with the reflections summarize some of the key messages that came out of the conversation in the other breakout group, and then I will do the same with regards to the group that was here. After that, you will have an opportunity to provide any further thoughts that you may have had overnight as you basically ruminated over what we had talked about. So over to you, Gal.
Well, thank you, Angela, and good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for their active contribution yesterday and sharing their actions, experiences, and challenges in the industrial decarbonization across their respective national and regional experiences. And in the downstairs breakout rooms, in the conference room, over 20 delegates has provided their sharings. I have enjoyed and learned a lot from all these sharings, and at least I think I can report to you the 7 points I have collected from the interventions. Firstly, many countries are already experimenting with various industrial decarbonization technology and solutions, including but not limited to the green hydrogen, the CCUS, and of course the traditional energy efficiency and energy and material switching technologies. And second, developing countries have broad needs for industrial decarbonization technologies and solutions. To implement emission reduction action more effectively and swiftly, they require support through robust international cooperation. And third, lack of infrastructure, including but not limited to the power supply, the grids, the data, and also the transportation network, for example, the transport for the infrastructure for the CO2, is a major bottleneck constraining technology application. And fourth, integrated decarbonization pathways that cover both supply chain and the demand side can provide incentives for emission reduction while also enabling more economical, balanced, and skilled mitigation efforts. For example, industrial demand for green energy can create mutual reinforced benefits. And the fifth, the combination of government, enterprises, and research efforts can better promote the R&D and application of industrial decarbonization technology. There are also some very valuable experiences. For example, Norwegian government is helping enterprises to understand the climate change policy and the regulations. This shows that the role of the government is not only to set up goals or targets or commands, but also can really work together with the enterprises. Six, the countries should develop different industrial decarbonization plans based on their national circumstances. Even the application of the same technology may vary depending on the specific project implemented and leading to different standards. And seventh, developed countries providing finance, technology, and capacity building support to developing countries is not only a requirement under the convention, but also essential for developing countries to pursue both emission reduction and development simultaneously. And we are greatly encouraged to see that all countries are taking actions regardless of their size or difference in their industry sector. And I would like to conclude my report back by quoting the points highlighted by Korean colleague from the Solution for Our Climate, that developing long-term industrial decarbonization plan and ensure policy stability is an important step. However, a good plan without financial support remains just a government document and will not effectively contribute to emission reduction. And I think this is a very good starting point of our discussion this morning on enabling mitigation ambition and implementation in industries, drawing on national and regional experiences. I'll stop here and turn back to Angela.
Thank you very much, Gao. So for the group that was in this room, I will summarize the discussion around the three broad areas. So on technology pathways, the clearest near-term message from countries' experiences is that electrification is a foundational pathway. Heat pumps replacing gas heating, electric boilers, electric smelting furnaces, all backed by renewables. Where electrification can't reach, green hydrogen steps in, and this is in the case of steel and chemicals, and high-temperature industrial processes. Carbon capture is also actively scaling up, particularly where emissions are high purity and geographically clustered. Norway, we heard from Norway, who talked about their efforts to launch Europe's first full-scale carbon dioxide storage chain in 2025. And we also heard from Saudi Arabia that is targeting about 44 million tons per year by 2035. The overarching lesson is that there's no single silver bullet. The strongest national approaches map a full portfolio of complementary technologies and use sectoral roadmaps co-developed with industry to identify the lowest cost pathways. We heard from France, Canada, Australia, and Morocco as strong examples in this case. Now, underpinning all of this, enforceable monitoring and reporting frameworks are what make claimed reductions real and auditable. On the question around the opportunities and enablers, we heard from several of the participants that carbon pricing consistently has emerged as an economy-wide signal that drives industrial investment. We heard this from Norway, from the EU, Canada, South Africa, and Japan, and it all point to ETS schemes and carbon taxes as tools that could build durable demand for clean technology while raising revenues for transition support. But pricing alone isn't enough. Decarbonizing industry depends first on decarbonizing the power grid, which requires major public investment in grid infrastructure and international interconnections. Industrial clusters are another powerful enabler, which allows companies to share CO2 pipelines, hydrogen networks, and workforce planning. And I think we heard from the UK the example of the 6 clusters that already cover more than half of the national industrial emissions. On finance, the gap between current costs and what the market will bear is being bridged through whether it's carbon contracts for difference, concessional lending, and innovation funds. And globally, UNIDO and the Climate Club have launched a matchmaking platform to connect countries' industrial decarbonization needs with finance and technical support, addressing the fact that 55% of industry-related NDC requests are still seeking assistance. We'll have more time when we get into the IFE conversations to delve a little bit more into this. On the question of barriers and how countries are addressing them, the most commonly cited barriers were infrastructure gaps in grids, hydrogen networks, and CO2 storage, the high cost of capital, especially in emerging markets, the long life cycles of industrial assets creating lock-in risk, and the weak or fragmented demand for low-carbon assets, low-carbon products. Regulatory unpredictability compounds all of this, and investors in long-lived assets need simultaneous short, medium, and long-term policy signals, and many jurisdictions haven't yet provided these. Countries are responding through public-private partnerships and blended finance structures. We heard from our colleague from Egypt, how they've secured up to 250 million through the climate investment funds. And we also heard about Japan's green transformation funds that are designed to front-load corporate investment. Phased roadmaps with marginal abatement cost analysis helps prioritize the most accessible reductions while building towards breakthrough technologies. Now, one clear lesson on technology transfer is that adaptation within emerging markets, co-developing technologies in local facilities, works better than a simple transfer company by company. Finally, the just transition was consistently flagged, not just as an add-on, but as a delivery condition. Early community consultation, including with indigenous peoples and other local communities, workforce reskilling, and benefit sharing are what sustain the public support needed to see industrial transformation through. So this is an attempt to summarize what was an extremely rich conversation, and would like to now open the floor for any further reflections or comments from participants. With regards to yesterday's session. Okay, I think the silence means that Gao and I did indeed listen attentively and that we have captured everything that you said. So thank you for that. So before we proceed to the next session of the day, oh, sorry, I've already done that. So really grateful for all the active and thoughtful contributions that we received yesterday. We encourage you to continue in the same spirit in today's conversations. So we will now be going on to the breakout group. So you can.
Yeah, thank you, Angela, and thank you for your trust on us. So today we build on yesterday's work, turning to breakout sessions for the area of discussion 2, which is enabling mitigation ambition and implementation in industries drawing on national and regional experiences. And similar to the format yesterday, the breakout sessions will be organized into consecutive rounds with 2 groups convening in parallel during each round, and participants will have the opportunity to select the group they wish to join in each round. And each breakout group will focus on a distinct thematic area, drawing from the preceding sitting presentation and panel discussions. And for the first round of the breakout discussion today, we will take place in, let me check the time, right after the plenary sitting until assumed 10:45. And this will be 2 groups. The breakout group 1 in this conference hall will discuss the theme 1, which would be the finance, technology development and transfer, and capacity building. This will be first discussed in this room, and in the conference room 1 downstairs, we will discuss governance and policy. And Angela and me will facilitate the discussion in each group based on the guiding questions, and rest assume we will listen carefully and will report back on the discussion at the end of the session, as we did just now. And we will also encourage all participants to engage in the conversation and dialogue with one another rather than just provide prepared statement. And we encourage you to respond to the views that are being shared and to avoid repetition. And as mentioned yesterday, the outcome of this work program rests on your active participation, and we are looking forward to the focused exchange of views, information, and ideas with you. So please have a choice by yourself whether to stay in this room talking about firstly finance, technology, and capacity building, and then turn to the governance and policies, or go to downstairs as yesterday. Firstly, we will discuss about the governance and policy, and then followed by the FTC. Thank you. Yes. Yes, I will go downstairs as we did yesterday. And please enjoy Angela here in the bigger room. We have a smaller room downstairs. Thank you. See you soon.
Could you encourage some to join Professor Gao? Not that easy.
I understand that Professor Gao is more or less alone downstairs, so I'd encourage maybe just for the sake of balance, some of you to go there. I'm not chasing folks away, but so that we do have at least a balance in both groups. Thank you. Okay, good morning. So let us get started. So welcome to this breakout groups discussion, and pleased that you have, some of you, I can see some faces from yesterday, so you're still here with us. We also have some folks online virtually. As we did yesterday, this is a space for collective learning, knowledge exchange, and collaboration, and we encourage everyone to actively participate. We, just like in the previous breakout groups, we will start with the scene setter presentation. And the topic for this particular session is finance technology development and transfer and capacity building. Once again, logistics for virtual participants, request the floor by using your virtual hand or by putting your full name in the format of party or organization and your name in the chat as you request the floor. Once you have spoken, please mute yourself so that we do not have background noise for the others. We encourage you to please take an active role. We'll keep an eye on everyone requesting the floor so that we have as many intervening as possible. So the guiding question for this group is, what are the best practices and actionable solutions that have been effective in your country or region in mobilizing and accessing finance, including but not limited to carbon markets, carbon pricing, technology development and transfer and capacity building, as well as including with respect to workers' skill development and just transitions with the aim of supporting mitigation action. What are the challenges and barriers that have been encountered in mobilizing and scaling finance, technology development and capacity building, and what approaches have helped or could help address these barriers? To get the conversation started, we are pleased to have a keynote icebreaker. And with us today is Michael Apicelli, who's the head of the Secretariat of the Climate Club. So over to you, Michael.
Angela, thanks so much, and really, what a pleasure to see what is for me rather a bunch of new faces. So it's a real pleasure to address all of you today and to hopefully ignite a little bit of an active conversation. For those of you who don't know the Climate Club, we are a grouping of 48 countries. We have our roots in the launch of we're launched at COP28 in Dubai. But since then, we've really, I would like to think, grown to an open, inclusive, and ambitious intergovernmental forum with a mission to advance clean industrial development and, to build upon the analytical work that our knowledge delivery partners, the IEA and the OECD, present to translate some of the technical work into actionable policy level guidance. At the end of the day, we're really providing a space for peer-to-peer exchange and what we would call eye-level collaboration to co-create and implement some of the most effective and inclusive solutions for our common challenges ahead in industrial decarbonization especially. So when we look at the topic, how to enable mitigation ambition and implementation in industries, and we look specifically at the question of finance, technology development and transfer and capacity building, what do we see on the road ahead as some of the challenges for bold solutions? So maybe I'll start by doing a little bit of scene setting here. We know that recent analysis from the OECD and the IEA show that if we're going to reach our net zero goals, the annual global investment in near zero emission technologies for steel and cement alone will need to reach at least 500 billion US dollars by 2035. So that represents a 25-fold increase over current levels. And we know that at least 2/3 of those investments are going to be required in the EMDE space. So let me talk a little bit about what the Climate Club is doing to help us get to this desired outcome. We've worked with the OECD, especially, on mapping the existing financial and technical assistance for industry decarbonization and EMDAs, and we have developed a financial toolkit, which is a repository of economic de-risking and financing instruments for industry decarbonization. This is a hands-on tool that's already being applied widely by governments and stakeholders in this space. And the reception that we've gotten so far, both from our members and our stakeholders, based on the number of people who've consulted these reports, shows that there's demand not only for a better understanding of the status quo, but also for practical evidence-based tools and guidelines. And so building on this year, and I think you may hear a little bit more about this later on today, the OECD is working on practical guidance for establishing and operationalizing country platforms as a way to accelerate the creation of financing on impactful project pipelines. Secondly, the Climate Club was launched really from the very beginning with a clear understanding that high level, and I say this somewhat advisedly to a room full of negotiators, but high-level policy dialogue is a necessary, but it's not a sufficient condition. So we need to accompany the blah blah with sizable and concrete support offers. And so that's where I would suggest the Climate Club's global matchmaking platform really comes in. It is an effective mechanism to bring together requests from emerging markets to developing economies from around the world with those partners and funders that are best suited to support them. And in the short time of its existence, just to highlight it, the GMP has already facilitated 27 matches, including on sector-specific pilot projects and establishing funding mechanisms. But for this year, and looking ahead to COP31, and for those of you who don't know, Germany and Turkey are the co-chairs of the Climate Club, and so they're quite invested in, of course, what is going to happen this year at COP31. We really see a need to unlock investments at scale, and we think that what we need is a degree of policy certainty and demand certainty for clean industrial products. So Climate Club members are advancing to create this certainty with a global pledge to grow near zero and low emission steel and cement markets, which we launched at COP30, and we're going to look to scale this pledge up this year for COP31 by joining forces with other established initiatives and private sector partners to send stronger market signals, unlock significant project pipelines, investment, and innovation, and reinforce international cooperation to build clean industry supply chains that rely on complementary strengths. And so in normal English, what that means is that we are looking at a set of policy approaches that are in common across our 48 member countries, where we see the most upside to creating these lead markets for cement, steel, and concrete. It's not enough to have access to finance. It's not enough to have a stable policy environment. In addition, you need to make sure that these work together to create the lead markets through demand and stable demand signals. Okay, so I've already gone a little bit too long. So I'll just close out by saying that for this session, I really do invite participants to think about how we can send signals to the private sector, academia, and other stakeholders to activate all of those building blocks for industrial decarbonization and green industrialization. And I really look forward to hearing a lot of the reflections around the room, and I'll be happy to come back with some closeout thoughts, and that can hopefully inform all of you as you look to move this effort forward. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Michael, and I think that helps us with the framing of the potential of cooperation and coordination across different stakeholders to advance this agenda. The floor is now open for your interventions. As before, for those in the room, please put up your flag, and those online, we are monitoring the chat to see who's making any requests. I think just like yesterday, it seems nobody wants to go first. Anyone online? No. Thank you, Nasser. So Capsarc, Nasser Ode, you have the floor.
Thank you, Angela, and good morning, all. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you very clearly.
Okay. So yes, I mean, I can perhaps start. Just obviously, there's a lot to talk about here with finance, technology, and capacity building on the theme. So from the perspective of Saudi Arabia and the wider region, one of the key lessons is that the three, finance, technology, and capacity building, cannot be treated separately. I mean, I think what worked best in practice is aligning all three within a broader national development strategy. And so in reality, industrial decarbonization is not approached only as a climate issue, but as a part of economic transformation under Vision 2030, for example, in Saudi Arabia, and the circular carbon economy framework. So this broader framing has been important in creating interest and confidence, and perhaps mobilizing both public and private interest and investment, because it links decarbonization to industrial competitiveness, innovation, and long-term growth. That's really a key aspect in terms of what has been observed so far. Also, I think identifying priorities has been an important lesson. So yes, all decarbonization solutions are on the table from a technical point of view, but rather than trying to do everything at once, there has been a focus on areas where deployment is most feasible in the near term, the phasing, which I probably talked about yesterday, such as, for example, carbon capture in high purity industrial streams, where actually, in terms of funding, they are priority. Natural gas processing, for example, hydrogen production, and so on. And as well as also renewable projects sometime, they are a priority over other types of projects. Another important factor is that I think technology development and transfer are not happening in isolation. They are supported through partnerships between government, industry, research institutions, universities, as well as the international collaboration. This has helped accelerate the learning and bring in global expertise, while also building the local capabilities. And there has been progress in developing carbon markets infrastructure in the kingdom, particularly voluntary markets, which are helping to raise awareness and create these early signals around the carbon value. In fact, at Capsarc, for example, where I am based, a wide range of policy mechanisms have been evaluated, like a survey of international mechanisms, and ETS is now being actually looked at closely and evaluated closely as a mechanism for support. On the capacity building side, it is not only about technical skills, I think. It's also about capabilities in project development, finance, regulation, and MRV. So really a wide range of skills need to be looked at here. The most effective approach has been to build capacity around, around the technologies and sectors that are actually being deployed. Okay, so overall, I mean, what has worked is aligning finance with strategy and technology with industrial priorities, and aligning capacity building with real implementation needs. But then, what are the challenges? The second part of your question. I think in practice, the main challenges are not only technical, they are economic, institutional, and market related. And this is really what we see, what we notice. Understandably, there are more challenges in this space than obviously what so far has been achieved worldwide, as a matter of fact. The first major challenge, as we all understand, is cost and commercial viability, which has been discussed significantly yesterday when we talked about the technologies. Technologies such as CCS, hydrogen, and some CO2 utilization pathways, which in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia we are looking at closely, are still relatively very expensive. Even when technically viable, projects often struggle to reach final investment decisions because revenue models are uncertain or insufficient. But that is really the cost aspect. But then the second challenge is the timing mismatch between investment and returns. And these projects often require high upfront capital. That's really why the benefits depend on long-term policy signals for future markets that are still developing. The timing mismatch between investment and return is a very important one. So this creates a gap that can slow deployment and delay really investment decisions. And technology transfer in practice it's not just about importing technology. It also requires adaptation to local industrial systems, infrastructure, and conditions. And so without that localization, deployment can be slower or less effective. In Saudi Arabia, localization is actually being looked at very closely in terms of localizing certain supply chains and certain industries. And this is really being evaluated closely. And perhaps on the capacity building, the issue is often system-wide skill gaps. There's not only engineers that are needed, but also expertise in regulation and legal, because these projects, they're going to need, people with legal expertise, regulatory expertise, finance, again, carbon accounting. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has a lot of experiences in terms of delivering mega scale projects. But there are specific emerging expertise which also needs to be, and skills which needs to be built for these future generation of projects. Finally, there is market uncertainty, as I mentioned also yesterday. Demand for low carbon industrial products such as the low carbon fuels, the CO2 utilization aspects I'm talking about, the chemicals or materials, like, for example, CO2 used in aggregates or in concrete. These are still limited in many cases, the market demand. So without clear demand signals, investment becomes much more difficult. And so the solutions, and then this is the final part, really just my intervention in terms of the solutions for such challenges include stronger long-term policy signals, prioritizing projects with the strongest near-term case. And again, this is something also as part of CAPSAR we've been looking at closely, is using blended finance and de-risking mechanisms and developing markets through procurement, standards, and carbon pricing. So overall, I think the key lesson is that scaling industrial decarbonization in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and beyond requires not just finance or technology alone, but a combination of the finance, policy, markets, and capacity building elements. All of these need to work together in tandem, really, for effective industrial decarbonization to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nasser, and a double thanks also for the third time opening the conversation and really setting the stage well. I think the point you've made around how we frame industrial decarbonization is an important lead-in to how we also look at these enabling factors, which, as you say, need to be looked at in an integrated and comprehensive way. Next on my list is Colombia, who will also be a virtual intervention, followed by China.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Hope to be audible. Okay, so thank you, co-chairs, for the floor. From Colombia's experience, advancing mitigation in industry requires an integrated approach that combines, as mentioned just before, each financial instruments, technology deployment, and capacity building aligned with national priorities. On best practices, a key enabler has been the carbon pricing framework, particularly the national carbon tax introduced in 2007 in Colombia, which has provided a consistent price signal to incentivize mitigation actions across industries and across other sectors. Also, though we recognize the need to deepen these signals, especially to encompass industry's emissions. This has been complemented by international cooperation mechanisms, such as the Climate Club, actually, which has allowed Colombia to connect national priorities with technical and financial support. Its global matchmaking platform has helped us mobilize over $2 million to structure concrete industrial decarbonization projects in Colombia. Equally important has been the development of pilot projects and innovative business models, such as waste co-processing in the cement sector. These initiatives demonstrate technical and financial feasibility, reduce perceived risks, and help attract further investment. Though some other challenges mentioned yesterday in our breakout sessions are faced, including commercial appeal, among others. On capacity building, Colombia's Just Transition Workforce Strategy seeks to ensure that decarbonization is socially sustainable by promoting reskilling and certification in green jobs, including energy efficiency and bioenergy. However, several barriers persist in our country. A major challenge is the bankability gap, where results from technology needs assessments are not easily translated into projects that meet international funding requirements. In addition, technological dependence on external providers increases costs and slows deployment. The scale of investment required also remains quite significant, with climate finance needs reaching up to 1.2% of GDP annually. At the same time, limited technical capacities, particularly in structuring bankable projects and developing MRV and sectoral MRV systems, constrain access to finance and implementation. To address these barriers, Colombia has focused on strengthening project preparation capacities, integrating technical assistance with financial instruments, and improving MRV systems for climate finance tracking, which is critical to align resources with needs and enhance transparency. In conclusion, enabling mitigation in industry is not only about access to finance or technology, but about building the ecosystems that connect them effectively, ensuring that ambition translates into implementation. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Colombia, and also for reiterating that very important point around the integrated approach and building the right ecosystems to facilitate these enabling factors. Next, I have China. Fan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, and good morning, colleagues. So in recent years, China has focused on the goal of global and low carbon transformation of the manufacturing sector, advanced efforts in two areas, the funds and also the technology. So on the one hand, regarding the finance, a multiple tiered financial support system has been improved to consolidate the funding foundation for the transformation. Firstly, the targeted support has been strengthened through the central fiscal finance in strict implementation of the measure for the administration of special center boundary investment for the energy conservation, carbon reduction, and emission reduction. Priorities is given to demonstration projects of low carbon, zero carbon, and negative carbon technologies. The demonstration and application of the advanced green and low carbon technologies, the construction and carbon reduction renovation of facilities in zero carbon industrial parks and transport corridors, the production of green methanol and sustainable aviation fuels, as well as the development of large-scale CCUS projects guiding industrial green transformation through the fiscal investment. And the secondly is the green financial policies has been refined. The green finance support projects catalog 2025 edition has been fully implemented in China. The systematically incorporating the entire CCUS chain into the green finance support and recognizing its direct carbon emission reduction benefits. Leveraging the green finance policies, efforts focus on the development of green factories, directing the fiscal resources to help entrepreneurs adopt the green and low carbon technologies and enhance their performance in the low carbon energy use, efficient resources utilization, clean production, and other green development dimensions. On the other hand, China's green technology innovation has been enhanced to underpin the industrial transformation. Firstly, the breakthroughs in technology innovation keep emerging in China. The green technology innovation has integrated in the national innovation system, yielding fruitful results driven by the government policies, market forces, and industrial collaboration. According to the 2024 China Patent Survey report, nearly half of the China entrepreneurs has carried out or planned to launch green technology innovation. Over the past decade, China has helped reduce the global levelized cost of electricity from wind and solar power by more than 60% and 80% respectively. The major breakthroughs has been made in green technologies for traditional industries with the full process commission of the 1 million ton hydrogen modular facilities and 300,000 ton green thematic and ammonia projects, as well as the completion and operation of 1 million ton CCUS projects. Secondly, the key technologies has taken a global leading position. In 2025, China's green and low carbon technologies has entered a crucial stage of global leadership, breakthroughs in multiple fields and industrial application. The CCUS, new energy storage, and other core technology are rapidly upgrading, with more than 75% of the world's clean energy technology patents and a leading industrial scale. China has provided solid technology support for all-round and in-depth green and low-carbon transformation of the manufacturing industry. Lastly, we wish to address the importance of having an open and inclusive environment for international cooperation. So the open and inclusive trade environment will be very crucial and necessary for the green goods and technology transfer. Unilateral measures will undermine the collective efforts towards the green low-carbon transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. And that was a comprehensive example of how a multi-tier finance support system can really incentivize innovation and change. European Union, followed by Argentina. You have the floor.
Thanks a lot, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for this already interesting discussion. Okay, I'm trying again to fix the mic, but I guess I'll have to do like this. Yeah, on behalf of the European Union and its 27 member states, let me start with some general messages and then some examples both for how the financing within the European Union works as well as capacity building efforts. So generally in terms of public budgets, in our experience, it is important to create long-term budgetary frameworks in which you have dedicated allocations to climate action and of course also to the industrial sector, which can increase the predictability for co-financers and beneficiaries. In that sense, public budgets must consider for each purpose the amounts of finance needed, the type of support provided, so is it a grant, a loan, and so on and so forth, and the timing, as well as the concepts that can be financed. So to really have a comprehensive overview of your public budgeting actions. This also helps then to leverage private finance and make the finance flows consistent with a pathway towards low greenhouse gas emissions and climate resilient development, and help to overcome barriers, mitigate risks, and ensures that technologies count on the appropriate resources at each stage of research and development, scale up, and eventually the commercial deployment. It can, of course, be very helpful to make co-financing from private sources a requirement to receive public funding when they have reached some certain stage of maturity, which, of course, has to be closely monitored. When it comes to technology, we also find it useful to establish rules for knowledge sharing of technologies by beneficiaries, as well as establishing local, national, and regional partnerships. And when it comes to capacity building, we see that industries can definitely benefit from initiatives at national level to learn and be able to develop their own decarbonization plans, which are then shared within partners within the European Union. Let me now come to some aspects of our internal financing and budgeting within the European Union. So, as you might be aware, we do have the EU Multi-Annual Financial Framework, the MFF, which provides a very stable framework for a 7-year period, which also includes financing of programs and action in all policy areas, of course also in climate action and in line with the EU long-term priorities. In the 2021 to 2027 period, which is the current MFF period, the next one, the 2028 to 2034, is currently negotiated within the European Union. The framework currently has a total expenditure budget of 1,270 billion euros, and 30% of this is oriented to climate-related projects. So you see that there is a certain stability and long-term aspect given to climate projects, which really help to provide additional funding and sources and also bring all stakeholders on board. We have developed, based on this, a set of financial instruments and funding instruments, and I'll just touch upon two of them. One is the Innovation Fund, the EU Innovation Fund, which aims to bring the market solutions to decarbonize European industry and support its transition to climate neutrality while fostering its competitiveness. It focuses on highly innovative technologies and flagship projects that can bring about significant emission reductions. Grants under the Innovation Fund cover up to 60% of relevant costs to shift from business as usual to decarbonized technologies. And the remaining part is provided by other sources such as shareholder equity. So again, it brings in this public-private blended structure. It can also disperse up to 40% of the grant before the financial close of the project and up to 90% before the entry in operation, which really helps to overcome the capital expenditure barrier that many projects face to grow to a commercial scale. Maybe also important to highlight that the resources that are funding the Innovation Fund are obtained from the revenues of the EU emission trading system, which we briefly mentioned already yesterday, and which just shows how this channeling from flows from greenhouse gas emitters to net zero technologies works within the European Union. Beneficiaries under the Innovation Fund also have some obligations related to knowledge sharing, which again speaks to this idea of if knowledge is created with public funding sources, then there should be an incentive and an obligation to also share it so that the broader industry can benefit from it. Important to mention here as well is that recently the Innovation Fund also launched auctions to produce renewable industrial heat, helping to develop and expand innovative solutions that are already available, as well as the European Hydrogen Bank, which has already launched 3 auctions and provided several billions of euros in the form of fixed premium payment upon verified and certified production of renewable hydrogen. This is a way within the European Union to foster the upcoming of green hydrogen within our member states. Let me also touch upon a second instrument, which is very important to mention, which I think we are very proud of as well as the European Union, which is Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the world's largest research and innovation funding program. The budget for 2021 to 27 is just below 100 billion euros, and the proposed budget under the new next cycle is 175 billion. And Horizon Europe is basically our key funding program for research and innovation. It's structured around 3 pillars and several work programs, and this includes climate and industries. It seeks to fund projects at early stages of development in the EU territory as well as in associated countries in the form of grants. And speaking about associated countries, this is an international cooperation focus that Horizon Europe has, as it helps to implement global approaches to research and innovation, allowing the association with eligible non-EU countries. Let me also briefly touch upon capacity building and 2 examples that we have there. One is that under the Green Deal industrial plan, we have established the Net Zero Industry Academies, which basically take the form of organizations, consortia, or projects with 3 main functionalities. First is to develop learning programs. Second, to then roll out this content via local education and training providers. And third, to develop credentials for voluntary use by our member states to ensure that the trainings are also certified. Each Net Zero Industry Academy will aim to train 100,000 learners within 3 years from their establishment, really showing that this is a plan to disseminate the knowledge on industry decarbonization broadly within the European Union. A second initiative that I would like to highlight is the EU sectoral decarbonization pathways. So the European Commission drew up those pathways which come in the form of guidance fiches for 24 sectors, and also they can be used by stakeholders to understand better and act upon the necessary capacity building within the industry sector when it comes to decarbonization. Last but not least, let us also highlight again that, of course, when it comes to capacity and capacity gaps, the participation of women in STEM is very important, and addressing this is beneficial to all of us, as well as supporting an inclusive and gender-responsive response to capacity gaps in the industrial sector. And I'll stop here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, European Union, for that comprehensive intervention. Particularly intrigued by the effort you're making around innovation funding, because I recall that was one of the issues that was raised yesterday as a gap where many countries do not have sufficient funds for innovation. Next, we have Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you to the Republic of Korea and the organizers for this very useful discussion. From Argentina experience, some common challenges in industrial mitigation include limited access to finance, high initial cost, gaps in infrastructure, especially for energy, and the need for more technical capacity, particularly for small and medium-sized enterprises. We also see regulatory and coordination challenges that can slow down implementation. In practice, these challenges appear in measures such as improving energy efficiency, for example, replacing industrial motors, lighting systems, or optimizing production processes, as well as in expanding renewable energy for self-consumption, including wind and solar. We also see them in sector-specific actions, such as the use of alternative fuels and recycled materials in cement industry, or adoption or more efficient technologies like electric furnaces and steel. In terms of solutions, we see value in improving access to finance, strengthening clear and predictable regulatory frameworks, and expanding technical assistance and capacity building. Supporting infrastructure and access to efficient and clean technologies is also a key to scaling up these efforts. More broadly, we believe these actions should be aligned with the development needs and priorities, and they're supported by adequate means of implementation in line with the principles of the Convention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Important views around the gaps, which I think resonate very well with a lot of what others have raised and on the solutions that you have proposed. United Kingdom, you're next, followed by Uganda and then Norway.
Thank you, co-chairs, for giving me the floor. It's great to be back with you all for the second day of the Mitigation Work Programme Global Dialogue. Accelerating industrial decarbonisation and green industrialisation clearly requires strong international collaboration across national governments, private sector, banks, international organisations and other non-state actors, as no country or actor can achieve the progress needed alone. The UK believes that shared responsibility, including co-delivered frameworks, technology cooperation, aligned policies, mobilised finance, knowledge sharing and capacity building can all accelerate innovation and accelerate lower costs. Coordinated action also drives collective ambition, strengthens resilience and creates inclusive and equitable outcomes. Many international initiatives and organisations exist that contribute to international cooperation, and the UK is very proud to support many of them. We also support efforts to improve the coordination and cooperation between existing initiatives, such as through the Breakthrough Agenda, the Belém Declaration on Green Industrialisation, as part of the wider Global Climate Action Agenda, and the associated Global South Working Group on Green Energy Transitions. The Global South Green Industrialisation Working Group was established recognising that industrial decarbonisation in EMDs requires better coordination, scaled international support. The working group, which is co-led by the UK, Germany, Brazil and Turkey, aligns finance and investment under the Global Green Industrialisation Agenda and the Climate Club, turning political commitments into delivery. And it was great to hear more on your work here this morning, Michael, under the Climate Club. The working group produced the COP30 roadmap and plans to accelerate solutions, which sets priority actions to mobilise and align private and concessional finance for EMD industrial decarbonisation, which has now pivoted towards implementation. And as part of our discussions today, really welcome kind of comments and suggestions from others who have engaged in the working group or other similar groups to understand how these initiatives can be strengthened and improved. And if any countries here are interested in joining the working group, we're very happy to discuss that with you. Lastly, the UK is a strong supporter of carbon pricing and a pioneer on carbon markets through domestic action and our continued support for the uptake of carbon pricing schemes around the world. We provide funding for the PMI, which is the Partnership for Market Implementation, to help developing countries put a price on their emissions using carbon taxes and emissions trading schemes as part of our wider ICF funding to support more ambitious carbon pricing systems and enhance the integrity of carbon markets internationally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, UK, and I've also noted your invitation to others who may want to join the partnership that you just mentioned. So those who are interested in more information, do reach out to the UK within the next days or so while you have her around to get more information. Okay, Uganda, followed by Norway, and then Australia.
Yes, thank you very much, Co-Chair, for the opportunity for Uganda to share with you its experience when it comes to industrial decarbonization. Uganda is one of the fastest growing economies in sub-Saharan Africa, and production under steel and cement is really very, very key. The country's approach to industrial decarbonization is essentially looking at the key pillars which are very, very important. In this case, this issue of finance, technology, and capacity building. We have launched the Uganda's National Climate Change Strategy of 2025-2030, and this provides a clear roadmap for mobilization of both domestic and industrial resources. Importantly, Uganda became the first African country to secure result-based payments for Green Fund, Climate Fund. That's approximately US dollars 31 million for the verified emission reduction. This achievement demonstrates that transparency, governance, and innovation and credible monitoring can unlock global capital. Carbon markets and debt for nature swaps. Uganda has become the first African country to secure result-based payment for Green Climate Fund. That's 31 million USD for verified emission reductions. To achieve this achievement demonstrates that transparency, governance, and credible monitoring can unlock global capital. We're exploring innovative mechanisms such as green bonds, carbon markets, and debt for nature swaps to attract private finance. When it comes to technology, Uganda is diversifying its energy mix. While hydropower remains central, we are scaling solar and wind to power industrial sustainability. In heavy industries, we are piloting carbon capture for cement and exploring hydrogen for steel and chemicals. These technologies are expensive, but they are essential for long-term competitiveness and alignment with global net zero pathways. When it comes to capacity building, we are strengthening institutions to manage climate finance effectively, building robust monitoring systems and reporting mechanisms, and investment in workforce. Our Red Plus programs ensure that indigenous people and women are included in benefit sharing, making our transition inclusive and equitable. So the challenges are significant. Advanced technologies like CCUs and hydrogen remains costly, and the financing gap between Uganda needs and what is available is wide. Policy consistency is critical. Industries require predictable frameworks to invest confidently. Without global support, emerging economies risk locking in high carbon assets that will be difficult to transition later. Uganda's experience show that industrial decarbonization is achievable when finance, technology, and capacity building align. But no country can do this alone. We call all global community to first scale climate finance, to bridge the gap for emerging economies, share technology and expertise to lower costs and accelerate adoption, and strengthen partnership to ensure inclusive and equitable transition. With this support, Uganda can transform its industries into engines of sustainable growth while contributing meaningfully to the world's net zero future. Our message is simple. Industrial decarbonization is not just about reducing emissions. It's about building resilient economies and societies for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Uganda. And I really liked what you said there at the end. The industrial decarbonization is about building the societies of the future, about the resilient economies. And of course, in that regard, also contributing to our climate goals. Next, we have Norway, followed by Australia, and then Sweden. So Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I may repeat some of my points from yesterday's interventions on best practices, but that's because many of these also is key in mobilizing finance. From our experience, putting effective price on emissions is key to mobilizing private capital for mitigation efforts in the industry. And today in Norway, industrial greenhouse gas emissions are priced through our participation in the EU trading scheme, helping ensure a level playing field. And the rest of the emissions is priced through national carbon price. Besides providing incentives and long-term signals, it also generates revenues that can be used to support needed research and development, for example, through national schemes or regional instruments such as the Innovation Fund mentioned by my colleague from the EU. An important effect beyond direct funding provided through these schemes is the role in technology transfer and capacity building. For example, the purpose of all technology programs run by our state-owned research and development enterprise, Enova, is to help ensure that new technologies are developed, improved, and adapted more quickly. And in the long run, these technologies and solutions need to be competitive and viable in the market without public support. Going back to pricing and trading schemes, at current ambition levels, the EU ETS could reach net zero before 2040, meaning industrial emissions would need to reach net zero in a few years. So far, much of the progress has come from the power sector and increased renewable energy, which is positive, but moving forward, emissions under the trading scheme will increasingly come for hard to abate emissions or sectors with high costs and limited access to mature technologies. This means that carbon pricing needs to be complemented by other policy tools, making mitigation efforts economically viable. What we hear in Norway consistently from the industry is the need for credible long-term policy signals so they can justify large long-term investments. Ambitious NDCs and clear long-term targets is essential, as trust is in the overall direction of the climate policies is key to mobilizing and accessing finance. Finally, I would like to highlight the potential of Article 6 to mobilize finance. Norway's engagement under Article 6 through the Norwegian Global Emission Reduction Initiative is additional to our development aid budget. And these funds can help reduce emissions and mobilize private capital in developing countries. And while current projects are mainly in the energy sector, we are also actively looking for opportunities in other sectors, including industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norway. I'll move now to Australia, followed by Sweden.
Thanks very much. There's also been a really interesting discussion this morning. So maybe for a few quick contextual points, I think it's very clear from the discussion today and all the interventions that finance, technology, development and transfer and capacity building are key enablers of industrial decarbonisation in all countries, but of course particularly in developing economies. And there are positive signals in the global economy. The flow of global capital is shifting towards green products. So, for example, clean energy investment was over double that of fossil fuel-based investment in 2025. But as has been recognised by many, this needs to continue to grow, both in terms of quantity and in terms of regional distribution. And the IEA does find that the scale of global investment in the industry sector must triple to support decarbonisation efforts. So for Australia, a really key focus is on strategically leveraging government programs and investments and policies to de-risk and incentivise private investment. We have an overarching strategy for this called the Sustainable Finance Roadmap, and the development of this was led by our Treasury Department, and it focuses on three key pillars to mobilise private capital. The first is to improve transparency on climate and sustainability, so for example by setting benchmarks through the Sustainable Finance Taxonomy and through corporate regulation and enforcement action to prevent greenwashing. The second pillar is about strengthening financial system capabilities. And the third is about leadership and engagement from the Australian government through the strategic use of public finance. So, for example, issuing sovereign green bonds and promoting interoperable frameworks. So I'll give a few specific examples of this strategy in action in the industry sector. So firstly, under the Future Made in Australia agenda, this is focused on building new clean industries in Australia. We've recently launched the pilot phase of the Investor Front Door, and this offers certain projects a faster way to navigate regulatory requirements and identify potential government financing opportunities. There are also a range of targeted government investments which aim to incentivise private investment, so to multiply impact beyond what public finance can achieve alone. So, for example, in the industry sector, we have the Green Iron Investment Fund to support the establishment of commercial-scale green island facilities that use lower emissions technologies. There's also the use of production credits. So, for example, the green aluminium production credits. So aluminium smelters that can show significant decarbonisation before 2036 can negotiate an emissions-linked credit contract payable per tonne of green aluminium produced. That we also have the world's largest green bank in Australia, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. And this does a lot of important work for industrial decarbonisation by offering a range of concessional loans aimed at crowding in private capital. And over its history, the CEFC has attracted $3 of private funding for every $1 of public investment. So another really important component to touch on here is the role of international cooperation and trade relationships. So we do have a range of targeted partnerships aimed at advancing clean energy industries and markets. So to give one specific example is the China-Australia Steel Decarbonisation Dialogue, which brings together Australia, which is the world's largest exporter of iron, with China, which is the world's largest steel producer, to work together on how we can progress steel sector decarbonisation across that whole supply chain. We also have a range of targeted bilateral trade partnerships to support low carbon technologies with a range of different countries, including India, Germany, Japan, Singapore, South Korea, and many others. And then this has been mentioned by a few already, but multilateral groups like the Climate Club and the Belém Declaration on Global Green Industrialisation are playing a really important role in strengthening international cooperation on these issues. And last but not least, Australia is an advanced economy and a climate finance donor, so our ODA and our climate finance plays a really important role in supporting industrial decarbonisation in developing countries. So yeah, if I just give two specific examples of some of our programs here, but there are many. So one is the Australian Development Investments in Indonesia, which provides early stage and concessional investments in impact investment funds, which in turn provide financing to small and medium enterprises to deliver climate outcomes. And then there's the Australian Infrastructure Financing Facility for the Pacific, which has a range of programs, but has recently worked with the government in Palau to develop their first utility-scale solar and battery place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Australia. I'll now turn to Sweden. Annika, you have the floor, and that's a virtual intervention. Annika? She's still online. Okay, it looks like we have lost the connection with Annika, so we'll with Sweden. So we'll move on to Morocco.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor, and thank you for the rich discussion. Building on this discussion, and from Morocco's perspective, we would like to share a few reflections based on its experience in enabling mitigation action industry. First, regarding to finance, a key lesson has been the importance of strengthening the interface between climate priorities and public financial systems. Closer collaboration between the finance ministry, including through dedicated climate-related institutional arrangement, has helped translate mitigation priorities into more structured investment pipelines and budgeted actions, including for industrial sectors. This has also contributed to improving project bankability, which remains a critical step for scaling up implementation. Second, and on means of implementation, Morocco has found that blended finance approaches are essential to address the high upfront cost and risk profile of emerging low-carbon industrial technologies, including electrification and green hydrogen. In this context, cooperative approaches such as carbon markets are being explored as complementary tools to mobilize additional resources while ensuring alignment with national priorities. Third, on capacity building, efforts are being made to strengthen not only technical expertise, but also institutional capacities and project preparation, as well as skills development to support workforce transition in industry. At the same time, challenges persist, particularly in relation to access to affordable finance, technology scaling, and local adaptation of solutions. Overall, Morocco's experience highlights that integrated approaches linking finance, technology, and capacity building within coherent institutional frameworks are essential to enable industrial decarbonization at scale. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Morocco. I'm trying to see whether we had Sweden on the list, but I think she's lost the connection. Do we have any other? Okay. Any other requests for the floor? Yes, a representative of the indigenous people organizations.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. I speak on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples Constituency. That's a greeting in my indigenous language. I would like to bring in a perspective that is often missing in discussions on enabling mitigation ambition in industries, the role of indigenous peoples as rights holders and solutions providers. Across the world, we are seeing that many of the technologies and materials required for industrial decarbonization, whether for green steel, renewable energy systems, battery storage, or digital technologies, are driving a rapid expansion of mining and infrastructure projects impacting indigenous lands, territories, and resources. This creates a critical tension: mitigation ambition on one side and the risk of new forms of dispossession and environmental harm on the other. From our experience, one of the key barriers to effective implementation is that finance, technology deployment, and capacity building are too often designed without integrating free, prior, and informed consent as the foundational requirement. FPIC is frequently treated as an ethical consideration rather than a condition for legitimate and sustainable implementation. This has real consequences. Projects that move forward without FPIC face delays, conflicts, legal challenges, and ultimately undermine both climate and development objectives. In contrast, where FPIC is respected, we see more durable outcomes, stronger governance, and greater alignment with priorities, with climate priorities. In terms of actionable solutions, there are several areas where progress is both necessary and possible. First, finance mechanisms, including public finance, multilateral development banks, and carbon markets, must integrate clear safeguards that require demonstrable compliance with FPIC and internationally recognized human rights standards, including the rights of indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation and initial contact, in accordance with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This should not be optional, but a baseline condition for support. Second, technology development and transfer must move beyond a one-directional model. Indigenous peoples are not only recipients of technology, they are knowledge holders. Supporting indigenous-led solutions, including community-based renewable energy systems and land stewardship practices, can contribute meaningfully to mitigation while strengthening resilience and self-determination. Third, capacity building efforts should not be limited to workforce transitions within existing industrial models. They must also support indigenous governance systems, territorial management, and the ability of indigenous communities to engage on their own terms in decisions affecting their lands and futures. Finally, Madam, a key challenge we continue to face is the lack of coherence between climate ambition and human rights obligations. Addressing this requires not only better safeguards, but a shift in how we define enabling environments to include legal recognition of indigenous peoples' rights, secure land tenure, and access to justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I have the Arab group. I think it's Abdurrahman. Yes, speaking on behalf of the Arab group.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair. I'll be taking the floor on behalf of the Arab group. On technology development and transfer, one key takeaway is that effectiveness goes beyond access to equipment. In our experience, the real value lies in building in-country capability, including knowledge transfer, operational expertise, and long-term partnerships. This is particularly important for complex solutions such as CCUS and industrial digitalization, where performance depends heavily on local adaptation and operational understanding. We have also observed that deploying technologies within integrated systems accelerates learning and scaling. For example, implementation within industrial clusters enabled shared infrastructure, coordinated development, and more effective transfer of knowledge across facilities. This system-level approach supports both efficiency and scalability. On capacity building, a key lesson is the importance of developing local technical expertise alongside deployment. Initiatives focused on workforce development, digital skills, and training, often through dedicated platforms or partnerships, ensure that technologies are not only installed but also optimized and sustained over time. This is particularly relevant in supporting workers and enabling just transitions in the industrial sector. Another important consideration is that technology transfer must remain flexible and responsive to national circumstances. Solutions should be adaptable to local industrial structures, resource availability, and development priorities, rather than based on uniform approaches. Strengthening collaboration between industry, government, and knowledge institutions is also critical to bridge the gap between innovation and implementation and to support practical, scalable solutions. Now, turning to finance, we underline that international public finance remains a prerequisite for enabling mitigation action in developing countries. As recognized under Article 4.5 and 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, the provision of financial support from developed countries is essential to support the implementation of NDCs. Such support plays a catalytic role in creating enabling environments that mobilize additional finance consistent with Article 9.3 and ongoing discussions on the new collective quantified goal. We also emphasize that the onus on providing climate finance lies with developed countries consistent with their historical emissions and obligations under the Convention. Efforts to shift developing countries or their consumers, whether through certain interpretations of some instruments, such as polluters pay principle or other approaches, are not consistent with the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. On the private sector finance, while we welcome the significant growth in global investment, it is also important to note that such flow remains highly concentrated in developed countries. At the same time, we observe a decline in public climate finance, which raises concerns as private finance should complement, not replace public finance from developed to developing countries. An additional concern is unilateral measures provide an avenue for shifting finance flows from developing countries to developed countries, where they reservice credit to developing countries through profits received through these unilateral measures. With respect to subsidies, we underline that these are nationally determined instruments reflecting domestic economic and social priorities. Their role and structure cannot be generalized across countries, and discussions in this area must respect diverse national circumstances. Just one great example in the region wanted to highlight is the Middle East Green Initiative, which promotes mitigation and adaptation across the region by integrating public and private actors in practical projects such as afforestation efforts to combat desertification. These initiatives contribute to both emission reduction, resilience, while supporting economic development and reflecting regional priorities. In conclusion, I believe that effective mitigation in industry requires a balanced approach that integrates finance, technology, and capacity building supported by strong partnership and that is guided by the principles of the Convention and its Paris Agreement. Thank you so much, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you, Saudi, for the Arab group. Now I have Colombia. Angela, that's a virtual intervention.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for allowing me to come back to the floor again. On this occasion, I would like to further elaborate a little bit more on the barriers and challenges from Colombia's national experience. According to our national climate finance strategy, we estimate that annual investments arise up to $3.8 billion dollars to meet our mitigation targets. And we also reported that in our BTR, in our first BTR, of course, there are some improvements in our methodologies that we are planning, which also is a need for us. In the manufacturing sector alone, identified needs include around $46 million for energy efficiency and $1.6 million for sustainable logistics. These figures illustrates, or these amounts illustrate the scale of upfront capital required, which combined with risk perception from the financial sector constitutes a significant barrier, which is also highlighted by the sixth assessment report by the IPCC, particularly for developing economies. In addition, transparency systems represent a critical but often overlooked cost in Colombia. Maintaining the national information systems for MRV and accounting systems require approximately $3 million annually, which is essential for us to ensure credibility, access to finance, and effective tracking of mitigation efforts. Furthermore, broader macroeconomic conditions should be mentioned, including economic volatility and high debt costs in parts of Latin America and the Caribbean, which further constrains the ability to mobilize investment for industrial transformation. According to the IPCC, these investment levels in mitigation need to increase between 3 to 6 times to align with climate goals, which underscores the scale of the challenge. At the same time, I already mentioned that finance must be complemented by technology transfer and capacity building, which of course is also accompanied with their needs or barriers, which I already mentioned. And regarding the capacity building, there is an urgent need to strengthen national and subnational capacities for structuring bankable projects, particularly to access international climate finance, such as the Green Climate Fund and among others. In parallel, we must also invest in technical training for the workforce. And to sum up, Colombia's experience highlights that overcoming these barriers require a systematic approach. I already wanted to deepen a little bit more on our needs, and strengthening these enabling conditions will be essential for us not only to implement existing commitments, but also to unlock higher levels of ambition in line with the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Thank you very much, Co-Chair.
Okay, thank you, Colombia. And now I have Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for allowing me to share Indonesia's experience. The industrial sector is one of the largest contribution to greenhouse gas emission and energy users in Indonesia. The transformation to a low-carbon industry is not only a response to global pressure, but also a structural strategy to strengthen the competitiveness of national industry in line with national development priorities and internationally agreed environmental standards. As part of the national effort toward net zero emission, the Indonesian government has identified 9 priorities industrial sector as the focus for accelerated decarbonization. This demonstrated that the government commitment to transforming the industrial sector to be greener, more environmentally friendly and more sustainable. The Indonesian government, through the Ministry of Industry, has developed decarbonization roadmap for 9 industrial subsectors, beside iron and steel industry, cement industry, and fertilizer industry, to build a competitive green industrial ecosystem that operates in line with net zero emission by 2050. The decarbonization roadmap serves as a reference for industry in adopting effective decarbonization strategies, ranging from energy efficiency, electrification and production processes, utilization of low carbon energy, to the implementation of carbon capture and utilization technology. This roadmap not only provides the transition direction, but also establishes measurable standard and target for each industrial subsector on the journey to the carbon neutrality. Furthermore, it serves as policy instrument that align economic interests with Indonesia's climate commitment. Meanwhile, with the framework of the SNDC document, Indonesia added greenhouse gas emission from hexafluorocarbon to the IPPU sector. Climate change mitigation is achieved through the reduction of HFC by limiting import and switching to alternate refrigerant with lower global warming potential and more environmentally friendly refrigerants. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you very much, Indonesia. EU, did you want to take the floor again? Okay.
Yeah, thanks again. Thanks for letting me take the floor again, co-chairs. I just wanted to make 2 brief additions on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, just to reflect on this rich discussion and some points that were raised, specifically addressing also policies that the EU and others are designing. So just to highlight that the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism is one of course, our landmark climate measures adopted by the European Union, which helps us to ensure that we can reach climate neutrality by 2050. The CBAM addresses the increased risk of carbon leakages as EU industries increase their decarbonization efforts. CBAM is therefore an instrument to promote decarbonization and to enhance carbon pricing, not only in the EU and the rest of the world, and therefore also enhances and promotes investments, not only in the EU, but also globally. It is designed to ensure that imports are treated in an equivalent manner as EU products under the EU emission trading system. So it's not changing any investment flows, but just ensures an equal playing field. And of course, the CBAM is compliant with WTO rules and with all our international engagements. Let me also state that the definitive period started on January 1st of the CBAM with a gradual introduction until 2034, so there is a really sufficient time provided until it's fully operational. And there were also some simplification efforts being undertaken, so from 2026 onwards, importers with annual CBAM-covered imports of up to 50 tons per importer will be outside of the CBAM scope. So that means around 91 of the importers will become exempt from the CBAM obligations, while less than 1% of related emissions will fall out of scope. That also shows that we're trying really to simplify this so that it is applicable to everyone and doesn't harm investments in the EU or abroad. With the respect of the impact of CBAM, let me also just highlight that it is required by the CBAM regulation that we assess the impact of CBAM on developing countries and particularly least developed countries, LDCs. And those results show that the expected impact of CBAM on LDCs is very limited. Indeed, the models show that an overall expected impact of CBAM on GDP of LDCs in aggregate is less than 0.01% by 2035. Also on the point of finance, just an important note to make in this overall discussion, namely that, of course, transitioning away from fossil fuels implemented in a just and inclusive manner is over time increasingly providing significant socioeconomic opportunities, not just on a national, but also on a regional and global scale, and therefore accelerating renewable energy generation comes obviously with various benefits, such as increased energy independence and sovereignty, increased price stability and predictability, but also the creation of new local jobs and businesses in the renewable energy generation ecosystem, and of course health improvements due to less air pollution. Contrary to this, delayed mitigation action would lock in high emission infrastructure, also in the industry sector, related with high costs. This raises the risks of stranded assets and cost escalation, including additional pressure on fiscal budgets related to the volatility of fossil fuel prices, reduces the feasibility of keeping 1.5 in reach, and increases losses and damages and the need for adaptation actions. The volatility of fossil fuel prices exposes vulnerable populations to greater uncertainty, and therefore reducing the dependence also in the industrial sector on fossil fuels in a just and inclusive manner is, over time, not only decreasing energy poverty and improving access to energy, but also ensures that nobody is left behind, while ensuring that in an efficient, effective, and future-oriented manner we can make best use of public and private investments. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, European Union. We are slightly over time, but I do have one more intervention, so if you bear with me, we'll take our last intervention, which is the Cook Islands, okay, and then Sri Lanka. And then our scene setter presenter will just share a few remarks. So Cook Islands.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, and I wouldn't want to hold anyone up for the first morning break, so I'll keep it very brief. Cook Islands, speaking on behalf of the Pacific SIDS, access to climate finance remains a significant challenge for our small island countries, particularly for NDC implementation and for decarbonising our small isolated power systems that serve our island communities. For us, technology solutions need to be feasible, affordable, and proven to work in island context. Just as importantly, they must be designed so that operation and maintenance can be sustained locally over the long term. Capacity building is therefore critical as we decarbonise our electricity systems and move toward high shares of renewable energy, including 100% renewables. Our workforce must be supported to develop the skills needed to operate, maintain, and manage new technologies. Investing in people is essential to ensure a smooth and lasting transition from fossil fuel-based systems to clean, reliable energy across our island homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cook Islands. Sri Lanka, and then the last speaker for this session will be Japan. Then we will have to take a short break before we proceed with the next part of the breakout group. So Sri Lanka.
Thank you very much for giving me the session, this opportunity, and thank you for hosting this event and sharing us experiences as a national priority. So industry sector, again, in Sri Lanka is, it's sector-wide, it contributes only to 27%, 5% for the GDP. But the commitment as a low-emitting country, still we have the commitment, and all, action plans, strategic actions has been aligned with this implementation work of the mitigation actions. So we have 8.5 percentage contribution for the mitigation sectors when we concern in all 6 sectors of the mitigation priorities in Sri Lanka. And as a country, we are aligned with the NDCs, and we have submitted the NDC 3.0 with 7 NDC targets. And I would not go into detail we have energy efficiency. We have talked on the energy efficiency innovations, and all these things have been life cycle analysis and the application of energy efficiency practices across industry section, with particular in energy intensive industries as particular. The integration of renewable energy technologies to expand the proportion of renewable energy within industrial energy usage, and electrification of demand for heating, and increase the industrial support in interventions by applying resource efficiencies and cleaner production approaches, life cycle analysis, circular economic concepts and tri-generations, and sustainable consumption and production practices and industrial symbiosis and equilibrium practices also has been a priority for the country. And the industrial establishment of eco-industrial parks and networking of the private and both of the private sector and the government industrial parks is a concern. So the implementation of measures to mitigate GHG emissions under the IPU processes, because Sri Lanka is concerned on the industrial production and consumption processes. The conversion of industry refrigeration and commercial refrigeration systems under the Kigali Convention is a new addition for the NDCs in the Sri Lanka concerns. And increase the innovation and investment in industrial decarbonization. So in that case, we got the support of the EU and the UNIDO as fully 5-year project in covering all of the industrial sector in Sri Lanka, and actually trying to get this MRV systems and establish integrated MRV systems establishment for the country. So the industrial database, extended pollution responsibilities, and all those concerns have been, given the priority in the country. Apart from that, we have the biggest thing is the NDC 3.0, and the net zero roadmap is there with us, and we are having some plans to operationalize the plans with strategies and action plans that is more viable and more practical for the country. And we have the updated technology needs assessment and technology action plan for the country. So some economic viable options and some feasibilities have been identified and prioritized in the sectoral action plans. So that is also, we are thinking to, implement these action plans and with more viable, assistance and technology and capacity building needs with the support of all parties concerned. And apart from that, National Cleaner Production Center and different private-public alliances and this Board of Investment practice and all networks are being aligned with the Sri Lanka's, this mitigation actions, and the Climate Prosperity Plan, the Climate Action Plan, the finance, National Climate Finance Strategies in place, so, and the green taxonomy concerns are there. So we are trying to, put our all efforts to mitigate that industrial sector GHG emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sri Lanka. And our last intervention will be from Japan.
Thank you for giving me the floor, and I'll speak very briefly. So, Japan's GX policy, so emphasizing. Japan's GX policy emphasizes mobilizing large-scale public and private finance through pro-growth carbon pricing by leveraging approximately $133 billion in upfront government support. So Japan aims to catalyze approximately $1 trillion in investment over 10 years. In addition to financial support, Japan promotes continuous technology development through the Green Innovation Fund and supports capacity building through sector-specific investment strategies. So these measures are designed to align decarbonization with industrial competitiveness and just transition considerations. So remaining challenges include scaling private finance and ensuring bankability of projects. Japan addresses these by improving policy predictability and creating demand-side incentives for GX products. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Japan, and thank you to everyone who has intervened this morning. A lot of food for thought in those interventions. We will take a short break. We are a little bit behind time, so if we can take a 10-minute break and then we resume for the second round of this breakout group. In the meantime, I mean, my co-chair and I will start preparing the summary of the conversation that we can take towards the end of the global dialogue. So we'll resume in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
climate investments has tightened meaningfully over the last 2 years. And I want to share some of our observations to frame the discussion and potentially provide a context for further discussion. So the first point is really that the macro backdrop is really reshaping where capital flows. So some of the investment data from Sideline from 2025 indicates that climate investments in early stage solutions and companies, seed and Series A company, has gone down by 10% year on year. So Series B to C, growth stage companies, is down 9%. But mature stage companies, investments has been up by about 80% year on year. What this means, money is actually moving quite decisively into later stage commercially proven assets with a near-term line to sight of returns. 6 of the 10 largest climate deals in 2025 focus on energy security and resilience. This covered biomethane, distributed renewables, grid infrastructure, rather than frontier technology. And what this means is that the appetite to pay a green premium has actually thinned. So investors, corporate off-takers, and public budgets are less willing to subsidize the difference between a conventional product and a lower carbon one purely on climate grounds. And I'll illustrate this with my second point, which is a case study for one of our own portfolio companies. So Gen Zero, we've invested in a low carbon cement company called Terra CO2. They closed a $124 million deal last year in Series B to build their first commercial facility. The technology is interesting. So what Terra CO2 does differently from other cement companies, instead of using limestone, they use silicate rocks. So granites, basalt, sands that is quite ubiquitous where concrete is needed. And they mill these raw materials and turn them into glassy powder that become the drop-in replacement for Portland cement. And their first product actually replaces up to 50% of Portland cement, with each ton delivering about a 70% CO2 reduction and a 90% NOx reduction. But here is what matters for the business model. They are looking to deliver materials that the market will purchase based on cost and performance alone, even if there were no carbon benefit. So the raw materials are cheaper. Their plants sit nearer to customer sites, cutting transport. It is also a drop-in solution that integrates into existing operations. The carbon reduction is real and significant, but it is not the main reason why the concrete industry buys it. And unfortunately, this is the model that scales in today's environment. So our governance and policy frameworks, industrial decarbonization strategies, procurement standards, and technology roadmaps, one that we've heard quite a number of times over the past 2 days, are increasingly needed to support technologies where decarbonization scales with commercial adoption rather than against it. Right, and this brings me to my third point, which is around the need for policy stickiness and market mechanisms as levers to bridge the green premium. Investors like us, we can underwrite technology risks, but we cannot underwrite policy risks. When rules change mid-cycle, unfortunately, quite a lot of pilots don't make it to commercial scale. Right. The encouraging news is that we are actually seeing many positive examples of durable, long-dated policies creating very strong demand signals. And we've heard from various countries, Colombia on their roadmaps, on their policies, EU with its Fit for 55, which is legislated, China's ETS, which has grown from strength to strength, moving from carbon intensity caps to absolute caps, and the expansion of carbon pricing schemes in terms of scope, covering more sectors, moving gradually towards economy-wide coverage, and also more biting caps and higher prices. So these are very encouraging policy signals that investors like us refer to when we due diligence opportunities in various countries. Ultimately, what we do is also to look at how this translates to NDC commitments from countries, as well as beyond NDCs, their long-term low emissions development strategies. Because a lot of our capital goes with a slightly longer time frame. We are not a fund, we have patient capital, and we have a longer term outlook around where our returns would lie. I'd like to close by suggesting that market-based mechanisms can actually help policymakers look at innovative ways to breach this green premium. So Article 6 is one. We've seen quite a number of Article 6 implementation agreements being struck in the past couple of years. We've seen an uplift in terms of the LOAs issued to projects, which for us, when we invest into projects supplying the Article 6 market or the voluntary carbon market, we do look at the country's NDC, the transparency of its policies, its sectoral roadmaps, and how everything kind of fits together to form a coherent policy signal to guide our investment dollar. Right? We also look at readiness, and that means how the country has reported under the Article 6 regime, under the Article 13, how many BTRs he has submitted, the rigor and the comprehensiveness of his reports, because these are all bellwethers to policy stickiness for us. And in fact, even if a country is still in the early stage of trying to prepare for market-based mechanisms, domestic MRV, carbon markets, both Article 6 and the voluntary carbon market, can be a good lever to improve or enhance the domestic MRV systems, because the reporting regime under Paris Agreement is a lot more rigorous. Right? So I think these are positive signals that we are seeing moving ahead, and we hope to hear more from the floor around some of the positive case studies on policies and regulations that countries are undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anshari, for that. I think the 3 points that you bring forth pretty strongly are the importance of policy stickiness and certainty, the need for incentives to drive investment into low carbon and bridge the green premium. And I think it's an important point that you also underscore that starting now and learning through the carbon markets, Article 6 and VCM can provide an impetus to getting some of the systems, especially MRV systems, that are needed in the context of investment online. I will now open the floor and hear from you what your experiences have been from your country perspective, from your regional perspective, whether some of this resonates with you, what the challenges and, of course, the solutions to overcome those that you have been engaging in. The floor is now open. Any takers to open the conversation? Thank you, European Union. I was just about to call on Nasser Ode again, but then it's good that you put your flag up, and hopefully he'll intervene later as well. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Chairs, for giving me the floor. And I was actually thinking of Nasser, but I thought, that he hasn't come in every session. We're just gonna help him here out. So on behalf of the EU and its 27 member states, let me just give some initial reflections on this topic and general questions, general remarks. I think, as you heard already before, and as you're aware of, our continuous interventions throughout the MWP, that robust multi-level governance and stable policies are really fundamental for the implementation of industry decarbonization and the avoidance of emission lock-ins, and we see that within the EU on a daily basis. In terms of governance, the deployment at scale and speed of solutions for the industrial decarbonization requires really a whole of government, whole of society approach, including the coordination of national, regional, and local authorities, and in our case, of course, also within the EU. And with the involvement and inclusion of non-governmental organizations, industry associations, and public information processes that help to develop the framework and environment for a just transition in industries decarbonization. We also see that the link to the successive NDCs under the Paris Agreement represents an important guidance to drive the decarbonization in general, but of course also in industries. And developing domestic strategies, policies, and actions, including investment plans and country platforms, provide really a basis to have a comprehensive overview, but also guidance that unlock finance and create business opportunities. We also see that the public policies definitely send a national signal and a signal in general to all stakeholders, which then is initiating dedicated and targeted support and instruments that address the barriers and challenges of each specific subsector. So the signaling function of policy and governance is a very important one. And policies in well-known fields such as carbon pricing and circular economy are, of course, efficient tools to advance the decarbonization, as already provided some detail yesterday on the ETS system within the European Union, which not only brings revenues and drives emissions down, but also brings impactful co-benefits, such as driving private investments in a market-efficient way or increasing the sovereignty regarding raw materials and others. Let me also just briefly touch upon the policy process in general that we follow in the European Union, because it is quite a comprehensive methodology behind it. So to just give you an idea, talking about our climate goals and climate action, we do have the EU climate law, which enshrines our 2040 or 2050 goal of climate neutrality into law, but also includes our 2030 and since recently our 2040 target. So this really shows that there are the significant targets that we have within the European Union on a whole of economy level enshrined in law, and this is then the base that is really used to further break down and cascade to specific policies, for instance, to meet the 2030 target, but also defining on the second side our NDC target. So our 2030 NDC target is corresponding to our 2030 target in the EU legislation, and then our 2035 target is corresponding to the pathway that is established by the 2040 target and the 2050 target. So, and this is important to reflect because this only builds the base for a whole analytical approach that then is providing the analytical base for the policies that we're implementing also on a sectorial level, which includes, of course, the industry sector. So just to give you an idea, the policies under the framework, the 2030 framework, include, for instance, the ETS directive, a new ETS for buildings, road transport, and additional sectors, the ETS2, the effort sharing regulation, which is within the European Union, our regulation that defines how member states need to contribute to the climate target, CO2 standards for cars and vans, carbon removals, carbon farming certification framework regulation, and so on and so forth. So you see that for us in the European Union, the main importance when it comes to policy and governance is to create a coherence between the overall goals that we established that is then broken down in an analytical manner to all the different sectors and also the different time periods, allowing for a very stable, predictable, and also accessible information to all the stakeholders, providing the necessary information but also incentives to then take action towards the decarbonization not only of the industry but the whole economy. Maybe also to mention that when we talk about one of the main instruments, which is the European, the ETS, the trading scheme, this has been increased through adjusting the EU ETS 1 cap downwards in 2023, which means it became more ambitious. And the scope was also extended to maritime transport and aviation, so it includes a bigger scope. And under this revision, we also established a second ETS for buildings, road transport, and additional sectors. So really to make sure that this very, very efficient and effective instrument covers not only the sectors that are covered under the first ETS, but also then those sectors that are not covered under the first ETS. As was mentioned yesterday, the revenues that are generated to this are then used for climate action, but also for action that enhances the social aspect of climate action. So, for instance, under the EU ETS2, we've established the Social Climate Fund, which helps the EU member states to support climate action and also support people and economy and economic players in the sector, including the industry sector. It's also important to mention that the ETS2 provides an important signal to industries itself, because the manufacturing of construction materials and vehicles, for instance, is then incentivized through this, but also creating a growing demand of zero or low emission solutions in sectors that are relying on items covered under the ETS2, such as fuels. So to conclude here, from our perspective, we do have an ambitious effort to support the decarbonization of industries through our policies and governance, providing this coherent, strategic, and clear view on how each target is interlinked, from the big numbers, the highlight numbers, and the numbers that we have in the climate law, to the sectoral policies. Also providing impact assessments, analytics, and so on and so forth to all stakeholders, and also consulting stakeholders in all those processes, making sure that their voices are heard and reflected in the policies that we're making. And this, we think, really provides a strong foundation for the decarbonization of our industries and helps to ensure that the policies and regulation are as effective and efficient as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, EU, for that comprehensive overview. I now have Colombia virtual, Angela, followed by CAPSARC, Nasser. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs. And on behalf of Colombia, I would like to emphasize that enabling mitigation in the industrial sector requires integrated policy frameworks that effectively connect climate objectives with economic transformation and industrial competitiveness. On best practices, one key approach has been embedding industrial decarbonization within national development and reindustrialization strategies, ensuring that climate action is not treated as a standalone agenda, but rather as a driver of productivity and innovation. In Colombia, this is reflected in our reindustrialization and green growth policy, whose central pillar, the just energy transition, aims to transform the productive structure, reduce dependence on fossil fuels, and mitigate climate impacts, while promoting at the same time clean energy, electromobility, institutional strengthening, and targeted incentives. Furthermore, cross-sectoral coordination plays a critical role, as also mentioned by my colleague. Here, the Cross-Sectoral Commission on Climate Change ensures that industrial decarbonization targets are integrated into national planning instruments and competitiveness strategies, fostering policy coherence across sectors or involved sectors. Regulatory instruments such as sectoral climate plans and national climate legislation have also been key in providing alignment and predictability. In particular, the Comprehensive Climate Change Management Plan for the commerce, industry, and tourism sector establishes strategic priorities in energy efficiency, sustainable production processes, and logistics, serving as a technical guide to operationalize national mitigation targets. Another key element has been the use of structured stakeholder engagement mechanisms, such as technical roundtables with industry and trade association, which has proven which has proven kind of an effective way in standardizing methodologies, improving data consistency, and ensuring that policies are both technically sound and implementable. However, further efforts are needed to expand these mechanisms to subnational level and to strengthen the participation of the academic community. Additionally, Colombia recognizes that enabling conditions for clean energy, particularly regulatory stability and infrastructure development, are essential for industrial decarbonization. This is specifically relevant for emerging areas such as the green hydrogen and renewable electrification, where national strategies, including the hydrogen roadmap, which was mentioned in the scene setting, thank you, and the integration for non-conventional renewable energy sources are already under development in our country. At the same time, some other important barriers like the scale and complexity of coordination required across sectors and levels of government are one major challenge, particularly when integrating energy, industry, and environmental policies. And there are also structural risks linked to global decarbonization, including exposure to international price fluctuations and competitiveness pressures, which influence both the pace of transformation and the positioning of domestic industry. This is particularly relevant given that this sector and the mining and energy activities account for more than 30% of the country's foreign revenue. I would also mention some gaps in technical guidance and data availability, and just trying to close up to address these challenges. Colombia highlights the importance of strengthening coherence across climate, energy, and industrial policy frameworks, also advancing sector-specific technical guidelines and MRV systems, and scaling up inclusive governance mechanisms. Finally, regarding market-based mechanisms mentioned in the scene settings also, the governance frameworks must consider all stakeholders involved in the implementation of mitigation measures. Furthermore, the governance requirements for the Article 6 market mechanisms are substantial, which with the aim of ensuring that these activities provide integrity of the outcomes, both in technical and environmental terms, as well as in the social terms. So in this way, Colombia has decided to approach its carbon policy from the perspective of rights, ensuring that communities are the first to benefit, as well as the first to be recognized and the first to make decisions. With this, thank you very much for the floor.
Thank you very much, Colombia. And now we have Nasser from CAPSARC.
Thank you, Madam. I'm truly enjoying all the interventions and sessions from the participants. So thank you so much for this opportunity. So now, in terms of governance and policy for Saudi Arabia, I think one of the most important lessons from Saudi Arabia and the region as a whole is that industrial decarbonization works best when it's part of a wider policies and frameworks, rather than treated as a standalone climate issue. In practice, this means that linking industrial decarbonization to energy policy, industrial policy, innovation, and economic diversification in Saudi Arabia, frameworks such as Vision 2030, for example, and the circular carbon economy provide that broader structure, which helps align stakeholders and create long-term direction. A key emerging mechanism, for example, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is the greenhouse gas certification and offsetting mechanism, GCOM, which was launched in 2023, to incentivize carbon reduction and removals and create domestic carbon market and to mobilize finance. This is project-based and voluntary in nature. It sets the basis for basically MRV, monitoring, reporting, verification, and for awarding green projects and revenue for hydrogen or CCS projects. This was based on obviously policies such as the circular carbon economy and Vision 2030. And obviously, GCOM has the potential to align with Article 6. And guidance now for the GCOM is being developed, to allow basically the carbon reduction and removal. But governance frameworks are still really evolving in the kingdom, which creates both risks and opportunities. Another policy, for example, is the Saudi Energy Efficiency Program, SEEP, to encourage energy efficiency in industry. I think the key best practice which has been adopted is basically the portfolio approach, which we have referenced several times, as discussed repeatedly also by many countries. In hard-to-abate sectors require multiple solutions, whether it is, again, energy efficiency, renewable, CCS, hydrogen, and so on. So that is really the key point here. And since no single pathway is sufficient, policy frameworks need to support a range of options rather than just favoring one solution, as the case is in Saudi Arabia, for example, which is basically looking at the whole portfolio of solutions. There is a need for industrial decarbonization roadmaps, definitely, in the kingdom, and development of, I mentioned yesterday, development of MAC curves to identify easy wins, obviously, is one of the key aspects. But these roadmaps need to, obviously, again, include policy and governance as part at the heart of it, basically. Another aspect which needs to be looked at is the targeted R&D funding, which is, this is a key aspect of in terms of designing policy. And creating mechanisms for piloting key emerging innovative concepts. For example, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we're looking at CO2 utilization, which I mentioned before, and desalination brine, which is a big aspect in Saudi Arabia, and also, for example, the use of CO2 and ex situ enhanced mineralization. Piloting these new innovative systems and policy to support that, as well as developing the governance systems, are key. We also think that another important aspect is the institutional coordination. Industrial decarbonization cuts across multiple sectors and, for example, and ministries. And so coordination between government, industry, and research institutions is essential. Where this alignment exists, then obviously implementation becomes much more feasible. And also linking policy to infrastructure development is a key aspect. So, governance has increasingly also incorporated innovation and demonstration programs, which helps test new technologies and accelerate learning around areas like CCU, carbon dioxide removal, negative emission technologies. The Kingdom has taken the approach of establishing a CCS hub, a CCU hub, and also a CDR or DAC hub. And usually DAC or direct air capture is seen as a separate, as an offsetting mechanism, but the approach here is really to integrate DAC within industrial clusters, where actually waste heat, for example, can be recovered and utilized for direct air capture. For example, petrochemical and refinery sectors. And these policies, obviously, policies and governance frameworks encouraging the waste heat recovery, energy efficiency, and integrating that with carbon removals are at the heart of the thinking and policy in the Kingdom. In terms of challenges, I think one of the main challenges is obviously the policy fragmentation, which can create delays or uncertainty, but this is obviously is a wider issue. So coordination is very important, and the gap between strategy and implementation is also another key aspect. For example, uncertainty in emerging areas such as carbon demand in terms of CO2, the market demand in terms of CO2 utilization technologies. and basically balancing decarbonization with industrial competitiveness. That is also a key aspect to be looked at. So I think finally, industrial decarbonization requires a long-term investment. So consistent policy signals and transparent governance is essential. Definitely, the type of research we do at CAPSAC trying to address these issues. So overall, the key lessons is that governance needs to provide clarity, coordination, and stability. And in general, I would conclude with saying that industrial decarbonization is not just a technology challenge, as we obviously this session and many people highlighted. It's a system challenge that depends on aligning the finance, the policy, the infrastructure, the markets, technologies, and skills, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive intervention. I now have the representative of the Farmers Group, followed by the United Kingdom.
Sorry, I just hold it. Good morning, Madam Co-Chair. I am from the Asian Farmers Association, one of the representatives of the farmers constituency present here in Climate Week 3. Allow us to tell you a story first. Across Asia, countries are addressing the challenge of decarbonizing the energy sector by advancing large-scale renewable energy projects. In the Philippines, the Nabas Wind Farm was constructed, affecting an area of approximately 700 hectares and equipped with 18 wind turbines from Phase 1, constructed from 2014, and with a further 6 planned for Phase 2, which started in 2023. And the whole project is designed to achieve a total capacity of 50 megawatts upon completion and is expected to contribute to grid stability in the sub-region of the Visayas Islands. The Philippine government made use of the prioritization of renewable energy project within the country's legislation. Thus, the project was granted permission by the national government to operate the Phase 2 in a designated protected area, home to a variety of plants and animals, including rare and endemic species found only in the locality, and which also holds several critical watershed areas. Local NGOs and residents, IPs, farmers, and fishers in the affected areas highlighted the inadequate FPIC done in the areas and asked for joint audit with the local government. These joint audits, focusing on road networks and turbine platforms, revealed extensive siltation in their rivers, along with large-scale tree cutting, improper earth balling, and bulldozing, which disrupted natural water flow and further impacted the ecosystem. Based on the findings from the joint audit and site inspections, the local government subsequently revoked the municipal council's initial endorsement for Phase 2 of the Nabas Wind Farm. The story may have a message on governance and policy. Energy transition measures should ensure that adequate safeguards are in place, that communities who rely heavily on local ecosystems are not sidelined and displaced in the process. Policies should adhere to international standards for environmental protection, biodiversity promotion, responsible agro-investments, and protection of IPs, farmers, and local communities' rights. Policies on what, on where, on how, in decarbonizing industry should involve local communities and their apex organizations in significant consultation and decision-making processes. Policy should be coordinated amongst national and subnational levels as well to ensure alignment and coherence. Moreover, local communities with affected women and men farmers, fishers, pastoralists, and IPs must receive direct access to financing to be able to build their capacities for policy advocacy and engagement with their governments, as well as in monitoring and providing feedback about the effect of industrial decarbonization in their areas. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that intervention. The United Kingdom, followed by China, and then Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. In the UK, our experience is that clear national plans and legally binding frameworks are critical to unlocking industrial decarbonisation, and it's been great to hear similar messages from others who have spoken today agreeing with that sentiment. As many have already raised, heavy industry is capital intensive, assets last for decades, and the investors need confidence that the strategic direction will endure. For the UK, that confidence starts with our 2008 Climate Change Act, which is a legally binding commitment to reach net zero by 2050 and also puts our 5-year carbon budgets into law. Building on that, our carbon budget and growth delivery plan, which was published in October of last year, sets out a cross-government package to deliver our carbon budgets. As part of that cross-economy plan, the Carbon Budget Growth Delivery Plan sets our approach to reducing emissions in the industrial sector, whilst also supporting industry's competitiveness. For industry specifically, our 2021 Industrial Decarbonisation Strategy set out a 10-year plan to boost investment, create skilled jobs and support businesses, and the Clean Energy Industry Sector Plan within that strategy further signalled our commitment to provide the public investment and regulatory support needed. So overall, through both economy-wide and sector-specific plans, we are setting out a practical approach to reducing industrial emissions. We will bring forward a new industrial decarbonisation plan in due course to build on this progress and set clear strategic direction for working with industry towards a competitive low-carbon industrial base. So overall, we would stress the important role that clear national plans and guidance play in giving industry the confidence to invest, reduce policy uncertainty, and signal long-term strategic direction, which in turn helps unlock the investment needed for that capital-intensive industrial decarbonisation. Our experience is that clear national plans help coordinate action across government, investors and supply chains and ensure that businesses can plan effectively. This clarity therefore supports accelerated deployment of low carbon technologies, supports competitiveness and allows countries to capture the economic opportunities of industrial decarbonisation whilst driving down emissions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the UK. Now we have China, followed by Morocco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So guided by the Xi Jinping thoughts and ecological civilization and its fundamental principle, China practices the concept that the lost water and lush mountains are invaluable assets, takes green and low carbon development as the core hallmark of its new type industrialization, and makes coordinated efforts to cut carbon, reduce carbon emission, reduce the pollution, and expand green development and promote economic growth, while systematically planning and advancing the green and low carbon transformation of the manufacturing sector. First, China has incorporated Xi Jinping thoughts on ecological civilization into our 2035 NDC target report. On the one hand, it is firmly implements the new development philosophy of innovation and coordinated green, open and shared development, coordinates the industrial restructuring, ecological conservation, climate change response, and other initiatives, highlighting the core orientation of green development. On the other hand, it states committed to the path of green, low carbon, and high equality development, takes carbon peaking and carbon neutrality as the guide and deepen the reform of ecological civilization system and accelerates the establishment of a resource conservation and environment-friendly development model. Second, implementing the concrete action for the green and transformation of industries. China is fully promoting the all-round green transformation of industries, advancing the low carbon of energy consumption and the cleaner production process, facilitating the deep integration of industrial intelligence and greening, speeding up the optimization and upgrading of the traditional industries, popularizing the green and low carbon technologies and improve the green and low carbon industry and supply chains. It aims to significantly strengthen the internal driving forces for green development by 2035 and bring the energy efficiency of key sectors up to advance the international level. Thirdly, we improve the policy guaranteeing system for the dual carbon goals. China has established the 1+N policy framework for carbon peaking and carbon neutrality and strengthened the institutional guarantee for the transformation through the policy tools such as the green finance and carbon trading. It has issued and implemented the action plan for carbon peaking in the industry sector, setting the goal of peaking carbon dioxide emission in the industry sector before the 2030 and accelerating the building of an efficient, green and low carbon modern industrial system. The last but not least, we would address our concerns on the enabling environment. The unilateral measures and trade barriers imposed by certain countries against others have gravely undermined the global green transition. Such measures, including the high tax, the export controls, and technology blockades, not only hinder the free flow of green technology and products and drive up the cost of the green transition. We call the relevant countries to immediately stop those kind of unilateral practices that run counter to the green transition and jointly foster an open and inclusive, non-discriminating global trade environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, China. Morocco, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Allow me to share a few reflections on governance and policy framework to enable mitigation action in industry, drawing on Morocco's national experience. First, a key enabling factor has been the efforts to ensure alignment across climate strategies, sectoral policies, and planning frameworks. Industrial decarbonization has been embedded within a broader ecosystem of national strategies, including long-term low-emission development planning and sectoral policies. In this context, integrating climate priorities into medium-term budget frameworks has helped strengthen the link between mitigation objectives and resource allocation and investment planning, ensuring alignment with development priorities. Second, Morocco has placed strong emphasis on the development of national sectoral decarbonization roadmaps, particularly for energy-intensive industries. These roadmaps translate overarching objective into concrete, actionable pathways, including measures such as energy efficiency, fuel switching, and process innovation, while providing greater clarity and visibility for stakeholders. Third, institutional coordination and inclusive stakeholder engagement have proven essential. Continuous dialogue between public authorities and industrial actors has supported the identification of realistic and investable transition pathways and facilitated ownership and implementation at the sector level. Morocco is also strengthening its measurement, reporting, and verification systems, which play a key role in tracking emissions, informing policy decisions, and facilitating access to climate finance, including through market-based mechanisms. At the same time, a number of challenges persist, including policy fragmentation, regulatory complexity, and long-term investment cycles in industry, which requires stable and predictable policy environments. In response, Morocco is advancing institutional coordination mechanism, regulatory reforms, and clearer long-term signals to improve visibility for investors and accelerate decision-making. I would conclude by saying that the effectiveness of climate action in industry depends on the ability to translate strategic objectives into clear sectoral pathways supported by coherent governance and sustained stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morocco. Brazil?
Thank you, co-chair. I already shared some of our experience on governance yesterday, but we'll make some comments on our Brazilian ETS that's being regulated throughout this year, and we expect to be fully implemented by the end of 2026. So the goal of the Brazilian ETS is to speed up the decarbonization, with a specific view in industry, but also to support the country in achieving the net zero emissions in 2050. So the lessons that we saw as important and some governance points that value in sharing were 5 building blocks on governance that were established before the process of building this ETS began. So the first one is the importance of establishing a governance framework in coordination with the Interministerial Committee that I shared yesterday. The idea is that the Interministerial Committee provides high-level policy direction, and the ETS committee or ETS body implements and ensures policy alignment with broader climate goals. So there is an executive branch in the ETS body that provides the operational rules for the governing bodies, and this should define the process and functions to be in line with the Interministerial Committee determinations. Furthermore, the ETS management body is responsible for regulating, marketing, oversighting, compliance efforts, and also the administration of the entire system. The second building block was the establishment of advisory bodies with more technical views, also to be fully implemented and also improved throughout this year. The third one is also one point that we already mentioned quite a few times in this dialogue, which is the importance of stakeholder engagement. To that, the first step was to map stakeholders and their profiles to identify the regulations entities, carbon crediting projects, developers and generators, as well as protected communities and public goodies from also from the federal level, but also the subnational governments. The second one is to assess the best practices for engagement. This is a continuous work that it is being implemented. The third one is establishing a stakeholder engagement plan to facilitate the use of different channels. That means formal consultation mechanisms, public-private roundtables, and targeted technical discussions for informed policy development. The fourth is communication strategy, which means launching continuous official information on the system, organizing awareness campaigns, and dismantling stakeholders' guidance documents to increase the engagement and improve the understanding regarding how the system will work. And the last one is knowledge development, which aims to equip stakeholders with the expertise needed to operate within the SBCS, within the Brazilian trading system, the emissions trade system. So I hope I have added some up to this dialogue.
Thank you very much, Brazil. And I think that's a good spotlight of how one can set up the governance system to enable decarbonization to happen. I have Norway followed by Japan.
Thank you very much. On the topic of governance and policy framework, I would like to put forward our experience with our national climate law and reporting scheme. Norway's climate targets and governance framework are anchored in law through the Climate Change Act from 2017. And the Act aims to support the implementation of Norway's climate targets on the path towards a low-emission society by 2050, while ensuring transparency about where we stand, where we're heading, and how we are progressing. And each year, the government reports to the Parliament on the status of and plans for its climate policies through a document called Climate Status and Plan. In practice, this means that the Climate Change Act does not only anchor our NDCs and long-term targets, but also establish an annual reporting mechanism. Every year, the government must present Parliament with an updated overview of progress and planned measures to reach Norway's climate targets. This system allows us to regularly assess whether climate policies as a whole need to be strengthened. And since 2022, this reporting has been submitted together with the state budget. Doing so, budgetary decisions can be informed by their effect on achieving our targets. And from our experience, having clear routines, strong institutions, and sufficient capacity to track progress is crucial for achieving NDCs and mitigation across all sectors. And this brings us back to our process under the Paris Agreement. Our national annual reporting mechanism is a key foundation for our work on the biannual transparency report. And we also see the BTRs with its regular reporting cycle and clear guidance as a valuable opportunity to strengthen and build our national capacity to scale up our mitigation efforts, make it an important framework for climate policy development at national level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Norway. Japan?
Thank you for giving me the floor. So a key feature of Japan's approach is that industrial decarbonization is positioned not simply as a climate measure, but as a national strategy for economic and industrial transformation. So we aim to achieve energy security, economic growth, and emissions reduction at the same time. So more specifically on the pro-growth carbon pricing through ETS, which is intended to enhance the predictability of corporate investment. So Japan operates regulatory and industrial measures together with support measures in an integrated manner. So in addition, support is provided in line with the sectoral investment strategies, which set out investment directions and support measures for each priority industry, thereby giving a clearer policy direction. So Japan is also promoting capital investment and regional infrastructure development through GX strategic zones, where the use of decarbonized power sources and the development of related infrastructure are prioritized. So one important lesson from this experience is that in industrial decarbonization, so carbon pricing alone or subsidy alone is not sufficient. What is needed is a comprehensive policy package that combines technology development, investment promotion, and demand creation. In Japan, efforts are underway to make the environmental value of products, to develop evaluation methodologies to create initial demand through public procurement, and to consider mechanisms through which private procurement can also be properly valued in the market. These demand-side measures are also an important part of the overall policy framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. I have the Cook Islands next.
Thank you, co-chairs. I speak for Pacific SID's perspective, where industrial emissions are modest in absolute terms, yet disproportionately difficult to decarbonise because of scale constraints, geographic isolation, and limited fiscal space. From our experience, one of the most effective governance approaches has been integrating industrial decarbonisation into broader national strategies, rather than treating it as a standalone agenda. In Pacific SIDS, industrial mitigation is embedded within our NDCs, long-term low-emission strategies, and national energy plans, with electrification powered by renewable energy forming the backbone of industrial transition. This integration ensures policy coherence and sends a clear signal to investors even when where institutional capacity is limited. Second, we have learned the importance of prioritisation over coverage. Rather than intending to decarbonise all industrial activities at once, we focus on a small number of high-impact subsectors, such as food processing, construction materials, desalination, and waste to energy. This allows us to deploy limited resources strategically, piloting solutions and scaling what works. Third, public sector leadership is essential for market creation. In small and fragmented markets, carbon pricing alone is often insufficient. Governments and state-owned enterprises play an anchoring role through public procurement, concessional power purchase agreements, and early adoption of low-carbon technologies. In Pacific SIDS, the policy challenge is often not market distortion, but market absence. Regional cooperation has also emerged as critical enabler through regional standards, pooled procurement, shared technical platforms, and investment facilitation. SIDS are able to overcome scale constraints, reduce costs, and improve investment viability. Regional approaches have proven especially effective for infrastructure planning, certification of low-carbon products, and access to finance. However, we continue to face significant barriers. These include infrastructure gaps, especially grid capacity, fragmented markets for low-carbon products, and finance constraints with small projects often perceived at high risk. Practical responses include modular and decentralized energy systems, project aggregation for financing, and blended finance instruments to de-risk early investments. Finally, from a SIDS perspective, just transition is not an add-on, it is a condition. In small island contexts, social impacts are immediate and visible. Industrial decarbonisation must deliver local jobs, skills development, and shared benefits. A transition will not be sustained. In closing, our experience shows that effective industrial decarbonisation is integrated, prioritised, publicly enabled, regionally coordinated, and just by design. While shaped by small island realities, these lessons are highly relevant by other developing countries facing similar capacity, scale, and finance challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cook Islands. I have no further interventions on my list. Let me check on the virtual. Okay, I will now pass to Anshari for some of his reflections and also reactions.
Thanks, Angela. Thanks so much for the very rich sharing around some of the policy initiatives, what works and what don't. I also like to reflect on some of the points that have been made and also share a bit more where we come in from an investment standpoint and where some of these policy stickiness that colleagues have articulated have actually resulted and manifested in capital flow into projects and solutions within the country. So first, let me touch on this point mentioned around policy coherence that a colleague from EU mentioned, and it's something that's cross-cutting across. I've also mentioned this around how we are looking at sectoral roadmaps, how they integrate within NDCs and long-term low emissions development strategy. I'll give you a concrete example. So for the EU SAF mandates, which are very sticky, it has resulted in us having confidence to invest in quite a number of SAF opportunities in the EU itself, including potentially one company that would be able to convert from SAF to renewable diesel. And this is where your EU rate policy is also something that investors actually have a lot of confidence, and it has resulted in capital flow into some of these new nascent technologies. And that policy is where we think is a real bridge for the green premium that we are seeing in the market. One point that has been mentioned by Seeds and also a colleague from Dominican Republic in the room earlier this morning is around mainstreaming climate policies within national strategies and national development plans. So this is also another area where integration of climate beyond just the carbon side will give a lot of confidence for private sector to come in, because it is part of a national imperative, a national development strategy, including China's ecological civilization, where we see this is not just purely from a climate angle, but it cuts across development. So I think these are areas where we look out, where there could be opportunities for investments. I also wanted to respond to Madam Estelle, if I get your name correct, from the Farmers Association. You mentioned about FPIC, and I agree with you. I think this is, I'm going to touch a bit more around, probably not industrial decarbonization, but where indigenous people, indigenous communities could potentially benefit from some of the low carbon interventions and projects that will come in. You cited an example in the Philippines. I would share in India, we've got a rice project which uses alternate wetting and drying. And the impetus there is really because the local farmers, they are facing water stress from climate impacts, right? So they are increasingly facing drought situations. But this intervention requires the farmers not to flood the rice fields whole year round. So they could modulate, and it also reduces methane emissions. There are multiple benefits to the local communities, including increased yields. And this is where FPIC, as part of the methodology itself, is going to be very important. To date, most recently, Amazon has actually agreed to offtake credits worth about $30 million. And a lot of these will actually go back to the smallholder farmers. And this is where we see benefits with stronger FPIC safeguards, now hardwired within Article 6, also within some of the independent standards. On Philippines itself, we also spoke about just transition. We have a pilot around coal phase out in the Philippines, and that's looking at phasing out the coal facility early and replacing it with renewables. There's a very strong just transition element there, because you're looking at livelihoods, changing livelihoods for the local communities that historically depended on the fossil fuel industry, and how do you now shift skill sets to a more renewables-focused industry, right? So there is a very strong local community engagement that's involved there. And the infrastructure, particularly in the market-based mechanisms, have improved to date. So I think it's worth looking at how carbon markets can actually be a lever for benefit beyond just climate and carbon. Going back to policy alignment, also for Brazil, we are part of a consortium that has invested in a reforestation fund, agroforestry fund in Latin America, of which a significant initial pipeline actually comes from Brazil, and this is worth about $670 million. And this is very much backed by some of the policy clarity and also the policy direction that we are observing from Brazil itself, not just in terms of the NDC ambition from 2030 to 2035, but also in how Brazil is implementing its ETS and also sectoral policy roadmaps. So this is where policy coherence and policy clarity could actually translate into private sector capital deploying into projects within the country itself. And finally, I wanted to mention also the last points mentioned by Japan around carbon pricing might not necessarily be sufficient enough a signal. We totally agree. In addition to measures such as green procurement from public and private sector, we also need to crowd in blended finance, and this is something that I've heard in the room earlier this morning, how we can crowd in not just public capital, private capital, but also concessionary and grants to improve the unit economics for nascent solutions, particularly in the industrial decarbonization sector, right? And that could potentially help in ratcheting the demand side, because ultimately, as I mentioned in my icebreaker intervention, today the reality is the green premium, the willingness to pay is actually lower. And I think, Angela, you also mentioned this is one takeaway from yesterday's discussion. So blended finance is a very important lever, and we need to mobilize all forms of finance for this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Anshari, and thank you for bringing all this back also with that investor lens to much of what has been presented. I see no further requests for the floor, so I think we'll draw a line here to this session. Once again, thank you very much for all your very, very interesting and rich interventions that really spotlights the efforts that your countries and your organizations are making to advance action on decarbonizing industry while contributing, to development aspirations and meeting our shared climate goals. We will now break for lunch, and we will resume at 2 o'clock, where my co-chair and I will summarize the sessions and then close the 7th dialogue and open the investment and finance session. So the meeting is ended for now, and we will see you at 2 o'clock promptly in this room. Thank you very much. Thank you. welcome back. Okay. Okay, so please take your seats. Good afternoon. Okay, welcome back. And I hope again you also had a good lunch break and an opportunity to also exchange and engage with your counterparts. As we mentioned before the end of the last session, we'll provide you a brief summary of the breakout groups at this point. I will start with a short summary of the conversation that we had within this room in the two breakout groups. We heard from about 12 or 13 country delegations during that session, alongside the framing from Anshari in the second part and from our colleague from the Climate Club in the first part. There was a lot of convergence across the interventions that we heard, with specific focus on the issue of policy certainty, which basically we heard is a binding constraint on private capital. We heard that, while investors can underwrite technology risk, they cannot underwrite policy risk, and especially when rules change mid-cycle, and of course that is the reason why ensuring stable policy frameworks is key. We also heard from several people that the dominant design pattern when it comes to question of governance, capacity building, and other enabling frameworks is integration, and basically not approaching this industrial decarbonization and means to support this in a standalone manner. This was, of course, echoed by many of our speakers who illustrated this with examples from their countries. There was emphasis on a portfolio approach to looking at industrial decarbonization, which is now the default for hard-to-abate sectors, where many underscored that no single lever is sufficient to enable decarbonization efforts to happen. Policy has to support, for example, renewables, efficiency, hydrogen, carbon capture, and demand instruments together. We heard, I think it might have been Japan, who very clearly said that carbon pricing and subsidies alone were not enough. We need a basket of measures that are well aligned and work in tandem. Technology development, investment mobilization, and demand creation have to move in parallel. The issue of carbon markets and MRV came up repeatedly, but with caveats. We heard examples around governance design from Brazil, from the European Union, from Saudi Arabia, and how this is being approached to not only, of course, drive the climate goals, but to also provide benefits for communities. And it's really, I think it was also made clear when we listened to an illustrative example from the farmers that when you work with communities, free and prior informed consent is an important principle to observe. And actually carbon markets and engagement in markets can provide a vehicle to also drive social benefits and create engagement that would then propel and sustain this kind of investments. So one item worth surfacing that came up was to flag the issue around conducive international collaboration environments, where issues around tariffs, technology restrictions, as well as other policies that may work against each other are actually given due consideration. We got an explanation of an example of one of these, which basically has been set up as a measure to help a particular jurisdiction with the decarbonization, but also could potentially have benefits also in the context of international collaboration. So these are some of the messages that came through in our conversation, and I'll pass over to Gao to provide some from his other group.
Yeah, thank you, Angela, and good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to thank all the participants and our icebreakers for their active contribution this morning in the BOG downstairs and sharing their experiences based on national and regional experiences. And I've got such rich input, and I'm not so confident that I can summarize in a very good way, but let me try. I think first, it is important to integrate the climate change into the national development strategy, not to isolate climate policy from others. Second, many countries have established a comprehensive policy system in which climate change laws, NDCs, and long-term strategies serves as an overarching document that provide directions, offering a foundation, market signals, and confidence for national climate actions. At the same time, policies, roadmaps, and taxonomies across various sectors, including, of course, industrial decarbonization, enables the implementation of the national goals. This also supports financing, technology innovation, and R&D for industrial decarbonization projects. And among this, stable climate policy are crucial, while policy reversal can undermine the market confidence. And third, many countries have pursued policy coordination. This includes coordination among government departments, as well between the government and then industries, academia, and all the relevant stakeholders. A whole of government and whole of society approach to decision-making and implementation helps the acceleration of the industrial decarbonization process. And fourth, industrial decarbonization policies and actions can, of course, based on national circumstances, first focus on key industries, enterprises, and top consumers in each country, so as to make the best use of the limited financial, human, and other resources. Fifth, in terms of financing, industrial decarbonization faces challenges such as high upfront investment, long investment cycles, difficulties in accessing external fundings, and the disproportionate impacts on certain groups. However, certain countries have also developed a range of useful financial toolkits and agencies according to their national circumstances, such as dedicated climate change investment and financing funds, green hydrogen development and financing project, just transition funds for local communities, so on and so forth. And the green premium for low carbon industries can be addressed through various mechanisms, including carbon markets, carbon pricing mechanism, energy cost, international carbon credits, and also public procurement, so on and so forth. And six, international cooperation contributed to the R&D and technology transfer for industrial decarbonization, while appropriate handling the confidential information as well as IPR issues. And technology transfer must take into account different national circumstances to enable, let me see, I got lost. To enable better application of the technology in other countries. And seventh, strengthening the capacity of all relevant stakeholders, including the government officials, is very important for industrial decarbonization. And technology transfer projects should simultaneously emphasize capacity building in the host country. And eighth, the data and transparency system are the foundation for decision-making and progress tracking in industrial decarbonization, both for policy and projects. And besides, participants also shared their views on unilateral measures and its impact on industrial decarbonization. I think this also helped understanding from different aspects. I hope my summary could score 60% out of 60, out of 10, out of 100, and pass the exam. Back to you.
Thank you. Spoken like a true professor. So thank you all. Before I close, I want to open the floor for any further reflections or interventions that you may have based on the last two breakout groups. Okay. So, and with that, I think we've reached the end of the 7th Global Dialogue. I'd like to thank you all for your enthusiastic, energetic commitment and that you brought to the discussions these 2 days. I mean, the richness of the discussions across the scene setting, the panels, the breakout groups have given us a lot of food for thought. And even with the challenges that many countries have been facing, there are lots of opportunities that we can avail ourselves to work together to advance industrial decarbonization efforts. We have received a whole range of suggestions from parties and non-parties in advance of this dialogue. And a host of topics and areas for discussion were proposed, and we took them into consideration in designing this. As we look forward, we know the time is always a constraint. There's never quite enough of it. But what we've accomplished together over these 2 days will form a strong foundation for the work that we will conduct as we go forward. During the June sessions in Bonn, during the subsidiary body sessions, Gao and I plan to convene an informal discussion with parties, as we did last year, to hear your views on the subtopic and operational aspects in preparation for the next global dialogue. And hopefully by that time, you'll have had enough time to reflect on these 3 days, so we could also get your feedback on how we ensure that the next dialogue in the fall will be even better than this one. So the details will be communicated by the Secretariat in due course. On my part, it's been a pleasure to co-chair this dialogue with Gao, with the support of the Secretariat, and we look forward to continuing this important work with you. So with that, I'm going to pass on to Gao to start the second part of this mitigation work program agenda, which is the 7th investment-focused event. So over to you, Gao.
Thank you. Thank you, Angela. So we welcome you all to the 7th investment-focused event under the Sharm el-Sheikh Mitigation Ambition and Implementation Work Program. At the Global Dialogue, we heard a variety of best practices, solutions, and approaches to enable the means of implementation in industries. And this investment-focused event offers us an opportunity to take forward the conversations from Global Dialogue and consider the cost of mitigation implementation with a view to unlock the finance and overcome barriers to access to finance. And this event aims to identify investment opportunities and actionable solutions and to help direct finance flows to enhance mitigation in the critical decades. With this in mind, today's investment-focused event comprises of 2 sessions. The first session will set the scene for discussion on financing mitigation in industries. And then the second session will be the case study exchange. We'll present information on best practices and solutions to mobilize climate finance to industries. Without further ado, I'd like now to start the first session. The sensitive presentation will describe key aspects related to finance and technology support for mitigation actions in industries. Then the panel will discuss a range of approaches to enable financing mitigation in industries. And panelists will share perspectives on different financing modalities and discuss what it takes to effectively mobilize resources, including the role of blended finance, de-risking instrument, and project preparation support. And the panel will also examine how to improve institutional readiness and navigate specific funding and technical assistance process to enable financing mitigation actions and in industries. I would like now to invite Ms. Sereni Julie-Hugo, the team lead of the C6G climate change expert of the OECD, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, for her sensitive presentation. Sereni, please, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Gao, and good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And thank you to the co-chairs and to the Secretariat also for the invitation to the OECD to present in this session. So the OECD provides data-driven analysis and policy advice to support governments and industry in their journey to net zero emissions. We have various programs that support this work, including the Clean Energy Finance and Investment Mobilization Program that provides support to emerging economies in identifying financing solutions and enabling conditions to facilitate industry transformation, many of the issues that we were discussing earlier today. Another area of this work includes the work through the OECD Steel Committee, which brings together delegates from OECD and non-OECD steel-producing economies and industry representatives to discuss issues including steel decarbonization. And also together with the IEA, we host the Secretariat of the Climate Club, and here you heard from Michael earlier on the work that the Climate Club is doing to support industry decarbonization. So I'll be sharing some insights from the work of my colleagues across these different work streams to help set the scene for the discussions in today's investment-focused event. So to start with, I mean, as we've already heard, finance and investment is a real critical piece of the puzzle for enabling mitigation, ambition, and implementation in industries. In particular, mobilizing finance and investment for industry decarbonization in emerging market and developing economies is essential to achieve net zero by 2050, given the central role of these economies. For example, they are responsible for producing more than 75% of the world's steel and over 85% of its cement. So within the OECD, we did some mapping of existing support to industry decarbonization in emerging markets and developing economies from different financing sources. This builds on data from the OECD's Development Assistance Committee and the Creditor Reporting System. And here you'll see on this slide the kind of overview of the financial and technical assistance that we identified that is already going to industry decarbonization. And what we find is that the existing support levels are limited. There has been a bit of an increase that we saw in 2020 to 2023, for example, where public bilateral and multilateral finance increased from 1.1 to 1.5 billion US dollars, but that still only accounted for less than 1% of total mitigation-related development flows. Private finance mobilized has also increased slightly in this period from 1.3 to 2.1 billion. These increases in the growth has been driven more by increases in total development finance flows and in increases in mitigation-related flows within that. But notably, of course, these increases might be jeopardized by recent developments, particularly in trends in ODA flows, where in 2024 we saw a 9% decline in net terms in ODA flows, and in 2025, just last year, preliminary OECD data shows a decline of 23% over 2024 flows. So this has been a significant contraction and the largest we've seen on record. We've also picked up in the discussions on a number of the different assistance programs on industry decarbonization that have been set up in recent years, including, for example, by the Climate Investment Fund's Industry Decarbonization Investment Program and other programs which really provide targeted, tailored support to industry projects, which means that they do not necessarily have to compete with other projects in other sectors. So that's a sort of picture of where we stand. Where do we need to go? So this also was presented briefly by Michael, some of the joint analysis between the OECD and IEA on investment needs for near zero emission technologies in the cement and steel sectors alone. And this amounts to around $500 billion US per year between 2026 and 2035 to align with the IEA's 2050 net zero scenario. The lion's share of this investment need, around 300 billion, is needed in emerging markets and developing economies, where, as I mentioned, the bulk of current production exists, and where demand for steel and cement is expected to grow the fastest. The chart you'll see here on the screen is a breakdown of this 300 billion for EMDEs. And here it shows the different investment needs across different technologies in both sectors. So here from direct renewable heating, bioenergy, CCUS, and hydrogen, as well as the different financing instruments that are needed, with the chart also showing that equity will play a larger role than debt due to the lower technology maturity of many of the new emerging technologies and the higher investment risk, as well as the more limited domestic policy support for near zero emission technologies in EMDs. The investment is expected to come from different sources, with commercial finance in particular expected to make up the bulk of investment requirements. International public finance, of course, will also play a pivotal role in unlocking commercial investment for net zero technologies in steel and cement, amounting to around $200 billion US per year by the early 2030s. Over the next few years in particular, the investment from international public finance is expected to largely focus on demonstration and first-of-a-kind commercial scale projects so that they can be widely adopted in subsequent years, with support focusing on project-related technical assistance, pre-feasibility studies, and demonstration projects. And as we heard also earlier this morning in the breakout groups, the role of international partnerships and cooperation cannot be stressed enough. And these initiatives can really play an important role in terms of knowledge sharing, capacity building, and joint innovation initiatives. So how do we get there? And here, the OECD, through some work that we've undertaken for the Climate Club, has done a mapping of the financing solutions that are available for industry decarbonization, produced an updated 2025 report on a financial toolkit that countries have available across different instruments, from de-risking instruments, economic and financing instruments, and the toolkit really draws on lessons and experiences from over 30 case studies where countries are already using some of these instruments. And an update of this work will be coming out. I think it's next month, if I'm not mistaken. So some of the key insights from this work on financing instruments. So the role of blended finance and how this can really help to mobilize private capital at scale when properly structured to strategically allocate risk, to make efficient use of scarce public resources and crowd in private investment, for example, through first loss capital, guarantees, concessional debt instruments. Another important finding is the role of risk mitigation instruments, such as guarantees, insurance, which can really help to improve project bankability by helping to lower political, credit, and technology risks, and lower financing costs as well that are usually constrain investment in many EMDs. Revenue stabilization mechanisms, such as results-based payments, carbon credit offtakes, and contracts for difference, can also help to enhance the financial viability by transforming volatile revenues into more predictable revenue streams, enhancing debt serviceability, and also access to lower-term, lower-cost capital. The importance of strengthening domestic policy frameworks can really help to improve competitiveness. I mean, we heard this message many times in the breakout groups just this morning, and how this can really help to also reduce the cost premium faced by low and zero-emission production technologies. Finally, the role of country platforms and national regional programs can also help to accelerate market creation, helping to standardize documentation, pool technical assistance, develop pipelines of eligible projects, enhance coordination, and also help to build institutional capacities in local banks and project developers. So as we also heard earlier, a key question facing in transformation of industry is really how to bridge the competitiveness gap between conventional, so fossil fuel-based, and low-carbon solutions. And here, the OECD has developed a framework to support industry's net zero transition in EMDs and design financing solutions and improve enabling conditions to help to bridge the competitiveness gap. This framework applies a techno-economic assessment of decarbonization solutions for specific industrial subsectors based on different countries' priorities. To date, this framework has been applied in Egypt, with a focus on clean hydrogen, in Indonesia with a focus on iron and steel and textiles, in South Africa on iron and steel, and in Thailand on petrochemicals. So some of a key message, a cross-cutting message that comes out from this country work by the OECD is that a combination of instruments is needed to close the competitiveness gap. And this is also reflected in many of the discussions we had earlier today in the breakouts. And as you'll see here in this illustrative chart, which is an example of hydrogen use in the steel sector, no single instrument is sufficient to bridge the competitiveness gap, but rather you need a mix of different instruments. This includes CapEx, so capital expenditure instruments such as grants, rebates, concessional loans, demand-side mechanisms such as green premiums, which can help to create sustainable markets, OPEX, so operational expenditure instruments such as price caps, targeted support for energy and raw materials, and finally, the role of instruments that place a value on carbon emissions emitted or avoided. And we heard this today earlier as well in terms of the role of carbon taxes, emission trading schemes, carbon credits, which can have a real significant impact in bridging the cost premium as part of an overall package of instruments that are needed. Beyond individual or package of financing instruments, the work also highlights the role of enabling conditions that are crucial for mobilizing private capital and to help to bridge the competitiveness gap. So these range from more strategic enabling conditions, from long-term plans and sectoral roadmaps, as well as taxonomies, regulations for low-carbon technologies. Value chain-related enabling conditions, these relate to infrastructure, the availability and affordability of inputs, including energy and raw materials, and demand-side policies. Finally, there are also broader enabling conditions related to national collaboration across ministries, stakeholder engagement, and international cooperation. So this really does pick up and reflect a number of the discussions that we heard earlier today in the breakouts. So just to conclude my presentation, we'll just give you a bit of some insights from practice. This is some of the key findings from our work in Thailand, which focused on petrochemicals and plastics and looked at specific industry decarbonization options in the sector. From bioethanol to bio-based and biodegradable plastics to CCS. And we identify some key instruments that could help to stimulate investments and close the competitiveness gap, which range from reducing the price of bioethanol to a plastic pollution fee, different instruments monetizing CO2. We also identify key enabling conditions, again, across the different options that range from specific regulations and changes in specific demand mechanisms to more cross-cutting targets and, for example, the taxonomy in Thailand. So these findings really, from the work of the OECD as well as other organizations, really do provide some useful insights which can help to really support the accelerated investment and finance for industry transformation. So thank you. Thanks very much for your time. Look forward to the questions and discussion.
Well, thank you, Sirini, for giving us an overview of this this thing for this discussion. And please, I would like to invite Sirini to stay on the podium and join the panel discussion, because according to our previous practice, we don't give a question and answer session specifically for this one, but wish you to join the panel discussion. Thank you. And now I would like to move to the panel discussion. And the moderator for this panel discussion, I'm very pleased to invite Hisham Modu from the Chief Advisor India of the EDF. Hisham will help us to moderate this panel discussion. And for our panelists, we will invite Exile Taloy Bori, the head of multilateral governance and observer engagement from the GCF Green Climate Fund. We also would like to invite Catherine Annie Hook, the principal climate change specialist from the Asian Development Bank, the ADB. And we would like to invite Xinyi Zheng, the program consultant from the Sequoia Foundation. And we also would like to invite the Yuki Yasui, managing director from the Asia Pacific Network, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero. So I would like to invite all the panelists to come to the full podium as well as our moderator, and we'll head over to Hisham.
I'm just waiting for a thumbs up from anyone on that important looking table. Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the Secretariat and the co-chairs and all of you for coming in. We've just heard a very useful framing from Srini at the OECD, which, if I could distill, it would be that finance is increasing, but the real challenge is how to translate that into investable projects at scale. So I thought what we could use this panel for is to focus on one central question. What actually enables financing for industrial decarbonization to work in practice and at scale? We have a good, rich mix of perspectives here from multilateral finance, development banking, philanthropic capital, and private financial institutions. Let's see how to connect these perspectives and draw out what actually works across them. Couple of quick ground rules. Request everyone to stick to time so we get to everyone and to audience questions. As much as possible, if we could have concrete examples of what has worked, that's always helpful. And request panelists to draw in from what you're hearing from others. As for the audience, I'd really encourage you to engage early. The better your questions, the better the discussion that we have. So let's start with a quick round, and maybe we'll start one, a general framing question for everyone. If you could introduce yourselves, your organization's role in financing or mobilizing finance for decarbonizing industries. What type of a financing actor are you, and what is the primary financing modality that you work with? Maybe I could start this way.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yuki Yasui, and I'm the Managing Director of an organization called GFANS, the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANS. I lead the Asia Pacific Network, and it's a global industry, private sector, finance industry-led initiative that supports financial institutions to implement their financing commitments towards net zero. So, just to start off about the financial institutions' intent and commitment towards supporting net zero, I think is real. We work with financial institutions globally and in the region, and with financial regulators, and there is a genuine and already quite a good architecture built around supporting financial institutions to provide financing towards net zero. So what they have is that a lot of the financial institutions have got transition plans in place where they've got targets and institutional-wide plans, both short, medium, and long-term, on supporting sectorial decarbonization and portfolio decarbonization as well. The financial regulators have also developed a lot of taxonomies, and especially in Asia, there's a lot of transition taxonomies and transition principles that are set, which guides investors on what kind of finance constitutes a transition finance. And we have financial regulators looking for reporting requirements that report back on what they're doing. So the architecture is there, but the problem, as I think introduced by Srini, is that there is a lack of actual capital deployed. And so we at the GFANS Asia Pacific Network has started an industry decarbonization program from this year, and worked on the Thai cement industry as our first leg of our series. And I want to just share a quick finding from that work. So what we find is that I think in terms of the financing, it's easier for us to break up the industrial decarbonization into 3 blocks. The first block is where the technology is already mature and the market is already there, but the finance is still not sufficient, especially amongst developing economies and SMEs. So for the largest corporates, they are already using their own balance sheet, in most cases, not really relying on financiers to just go and do energy savings project or renewable projects. But those that are being left behind are largely the SMEs and the developing economy companies that might not have the sufficient access to capital, but in most cases, it's not really the financing problem. It's usually a capacity problem, that they just don't have the capacity to go and plan to change and invest in those technologies that already work and widely available. So that's the first kind of block in terms of the energy and technology maturity. And here, some of the examples that we see on the ground that has actually worked in terms of financing is like in Indonesia, a cement company use the joint crediting mechanism of Japan to deploy a waste heat recovery system in their facility, and that has helped them in terms of country risk, in terms of the deployment risk, and also in terms of shortening their payback period, and also the carbon externality gap as well. The second block is where the technology is already proven, but the market for that technology is not at scale. So there, the real problem is that it's marginally bankable. So we definitely need to work together between public-private finance with governments, and also in most cases, the market development has to be in sync together. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done, and the promotion of the green cement or the green product amongst the buyers as well. So in the case of Thailand cement, some of the green cement, the color is different. And so the buyers are very skeptical of this different color to the green cement. And that's not a financing problem, but financing does play a large role, but it has to be in tandem with the other things that need to come on, like the demand, the green public procurement, and so forth. The last type of technology is the next generation, so green hydrogen, CCUS. Those are things that really needs a national strategic coordination by the government, and private finance will follow the lead. And we have seen very interesting cases in Japan recently where it's not in the hard-to-abate sector, but in the renewable energy sector, where a green bond was issued by a Japanese company that was using it for R&D. And usually you don't see an R&D for a green bond, or even a normal bond as well. And the reason that was able to access the capital markets was because the technology that they were working on, which is perovskite PVs, was placed very strategically among the Japanese government. And so the capital market felt that there was enough demand there for that product, and that they were able to invest in the R&D through the green bond. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I think the point on the green bond bit is pretty rare, so would love to pick up on it later. Srini, I know you introduced yourself, but happy to give you some points.
Sorry, just one thing. I won't introduce myself again, but just to say that my colleague, Degar Sagan, is on the line, and he actually leads the OECD industry decarbonization work, and is available also to answer any questions if you have specifically on our work.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. So my name is Kate Hughes. I work at the Asian Development Bank, where I lead the Mitigation and Just Transition Program. So I think most of you are probably familiar with multilateral development banks. The ADB specifically covers 42 countries in Asia and Pacific. So our lending is around 25 billion per year, and traditionally loans, grants, equities, guarantees. But I think probably pertinent to the discussion that we are going to have later, you see, and most of you may be familiar with the discussion around kind of MDB evolution. I think we've seen as development problems become much more complex, then the types of support that MDBs can provide also needs to evolve. And I think so, what risk positions we take, what type of instruments that we can come forward with is changing to respond. Particularly, I think we focus on the Asia-Pacific region, so also the issue of private sector mobilization is critical for ADB, because there's such a big demand for that in this region. So we have a climate finance target to reach 50% of our total annual committed financing by 2030. So last year in 2025, we committed 13.5 billion in climate finance. So we actually achieved 51% of our portfolio. We have a climate change action plan, which is available on our website. And it really kind of sets a framework for how we're trying to push up how much climate finance we can deploy. And it's really not only about the kind of quantum of financing, but the types of investments that come to the pipeline and programming. And that really takes a programmatic approach where we try to start upstream with countries in terms of what sort of support we can give for enabling environments, for analytics, for capacity building, institutional strengthening. And then we look at the midstream for where we can support integration of climate into countries' systems. So into, for example, climate responsive budgeting, green taxonomies in central banks, and then downstream to the actual investments. And that over time, that will mean that the types of investments that come to ADB or the other MDBs will be increasingly climate informed and objectives with climate clearly in them rather than trying to retrofit to pipelines. Just very quickly, I think on industrial decarbonisation, so I do have some specific examples I'll come back to in the second round. This is a critical issue for the region, right? Especially for our developing member countries. A lot of them are either energy importers or energy intensive manufacturers. And so when you have a lot of countries in our region that are highly their economies are highly dependent on energy-intensive manufacturing, then the issue of industrial decarbonisation and countries' development becomes a critical issue. So at ADB, we recognise this, and we really have started to try to focus on industrial decarbonisation. But it really is quite a nascent area. I know there's a lot of discussion around it, and it has become a really popular topic in the last maybe 1 to 2 years, but there's still limited examples of it. And a lot of the time when you talk about industrial decarbonisation, a lot of people will talk about renewables or grids or all those enabling things around it, but the specific concrete examples around industrial decarbonisation, I think, are still emerging. Maybe just a few perspectives from the MDB of why, it's fundamentally a complex subject. I think bankability of investments depends on a lot more than just the technology, right? So traditionally an MDB lends to governments or larger entities. In industrial decarbonisation, you often have a number of smaller SMEs that are fragmented. Perhaps their credit risk, is not high, and so that becomes then perhaps we don't have established relationships with MDBs like those that we traditionally lend to. So how do we create those relationships and start to work with those types of entities? A lot of them also have limited experience in working with the processes that are required to access finance from MDBs. And we know they are complex processes, but we also have fiduciary duty around, how we deploy finance. And so those issues of supporting them to access the finance is also critical. Policy environments are uneven. I think that's already been presented quite a lot. So I won't repeat that. And then really, the clear kind of economic and financial rationale, right, for the investment. So whether it's a cost-saving rationale around energy efficiency, or is it, an energy security or price stability rationale, or maybe it's a credible market demand for green products. But we really need to work with countries and work with the clients to understand why there's a rationale for them taking up this project, and then therefore why they need to access financing for it. So maybe last message that kind of vanilla financing rarely works, and so we have to look at ways we can tailor the financing to the actual problem that we're trying to solve.
Thanks, Kate. The point about the private sector capital and its importance, particularly in Asia, particularly for emerging markets, cannot be understated. Sometimes you tend to look for green finance, but actually what you need to be doing is greening all finance, and maybe we can pick up on specific examples later. Chin-Yim?
Thank you for the invitation to speak at the panel. My name is Xin Yizhen. I am a program consultant working with the Sequoia Climate Foundation. We are a US-based foundation in Irvine, California, focusing on primarily to avoid the worst impact of climate change for all global communities. The scope of our work is global, while my focus of portfolio is mainly in Asia, so I'll speak mainly from that perspective. We do some internal estimates that globally philanthropic funding is about 4 to 6 billion every year, whereas in the climate sector, whereas the amount of investment that we would need in order to achieve net zero by 2050 is about 6 to 8 trillion per year. So where do we see the role of philanthropic dollars in this space is more to act as a catalytic funding to help pave the groundwork for public and private investments to better come in, and focusing on a lot of the things that previous panelists has mentioned around enabling conditions. So with that, we really oftentimes work with organizations and partners to look at how can we reduce emissions as soon as possible, how can we support market transformation, and also how do we build frameworks and policies and capacity that would enable funding to come in better. I'll stop there for now.
Thanks so much. Shall I pass it on to you, actually? Yeah, there you go.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to all of you. If I may quickly acknowledge the co-chairs, the Secretariat, for this invitation extended to the GCF to be part of this high-level panel. I will be sharing perspectives from the multilateral climate funds and zoom in a bit on what the GCF is doing. As you are all aware, the Green Climate Fund is one of the operating entities of the UNFCCC financial mechanism. And as part of that role, the GCF has an explicit mandate to support developing countries in translating their climate commitments into concrete projects on the ground. GCF is not only a provider of concessional finance for climate action, but also a catalyst for the climate finance architects. And I say that because the GCF works across the full investment chain, from early stage capacity building through our readiness program with a country window of 7 million per country, through to a dedicated project preparation facility of up to 1.5 million per project, and to the large-scale financing of projects and programs. Currently, the GCF has approved 353 projects in 133 developing countries, accounting for over $20 billion US with a co-financing of 60 billion. GCF also deploys a range of instruments, including grants, concessional loans, guarantee, and equity, through a diverse network of accredited entities, reaching now 158, of which a majority of 108 being direct access entities, meaning national and regional institutions. At the GCF, our primary modality is to blend concessional finance, public finance, with other sources of capital, which will enable MDBs, national development banks, and the private sector to ramp up their investment towards climate action. It is also important to note that the GCF's role goes beyond being a funder. We help to build the conditions for investment, supporting countries to develop pipelines aligned with the NDCs, strengthening institutional readiness and structuring projects so they become bankable. Over the past year alone, GCF has launched 16 country platforms include building on Brazil's success story, plus one regional platform in the Caribbean to enable countries to be in the driver's seat in building the conditions for investment and developing pipelines, not to access GCF resources alone, but to access all sources of finance, including from other MCFs and MDBs. This is particularly relevant for industrial decarbonization, where risks are high, technologies are evolving, and coordination across sectors is essential. Specifically, GCF has approved 2.2 billion across 58 projects in the buildings, cities, industries, and appliances sector, focusing on mitigation through energy efficiency, green construction, and low emissions urban systems. If I may just end with one recent example, that our board meeting that was held in March approved the Navy's Decarbonization Fund. This is a 300 million private equity fund supported by the GCF to address the critical climate finance gap in Southeast Asia, targeting growth stage small and medium-sized enterprises in key decarbonization and climate resilience sectors. Operating across Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, and the Philippines, the fund will invest in areas such as clean energy, low-emission transport, sustainable infrastructure, and climate-resilient agriculture and water systems. With GCF providing 60 million in equity as an anchor investor, mobilizing approximately 80% of co-financing, the fund aims to demonstrate the commercial viability of climate-focused SMEs, catalyzing private capital at scale and unlocking underserved segments of the market. Thank you.
Thanks, actually. And maybe for the next round, we'll work our way backwards. You've spoken about a very impressive track record at GCF. If I were to tell you, how do we become even bigger? And if the ambition was we want more, could I ask you to put yourself in the perspectives of the countries or accredited entities and talk through what does it take for them to develop, access, and successfully deploy GCF resources for industrial decarbonization? What have been the kind of barriers that they've faced, and what approaches would you recommend to help them address these barriers?
The important thing to highlight is that the key barriers that we observe in the countries that the GCF is working in are not isolated. They are systemic across the project life cycle. First, there is a pipeline gap. While countries have clear priorities under their NDCs, translating this into investment-ready projects, particularly in complex sectors like industry, requires technical expertise, financial structuring, and data that are often limited. Second, institutional readiness and coordination remain major constraints. Industrial decarbonization typically sits across multiple ministries and stakeholders, and aligning this into a coherent program that can be financed takes time and capacity. Third, there are risk-related barriers, including technology uncertainty, policy and regulatory risks, and in many cases, currency and credit risks, which reduce the appetite of both domestic and international financiers. What has proven effective is a layered and programmatic approach. One, upstream readiness support helps countries to strengthen institutional frameworks, align sectoral strategies with NDCs, and identify priority investment areas. As I mentioned earlier, project preparation facility plays a critical role in turning concepts into bankable projects through feasibility studies, financial modeling, and risk structuring. Institutionally, the GCF has also undertaken institutional reforms to enhance efficiency, which now also includes a dedicated single GCF focal point for a country, from concept to project maturity, the placement of country liaison offices in more than 40 countries to date, and soon to be established regional offices, which will bring the fund closer to the countries and partners that we serve. The role of blended finance approaches using GCF's concessional capital has helped significantly to de-risk projects and crowd in co-financing, particularly in first of a kind or early stage investments. And of course, strengthening direct access entities has helped countries originate and implement projects more effectively, improving ownership and reducing transaction barriers. Lastly, the fund's recent efficiency commitments to complete the review of concept notes to funding proposals for board consideration within 9 months or less, fast-track the disbursement of approved funding, and simplify accreditation have all played a key enabling role. To conclude, enabling access to climate finance is not about a single intervention. It is about building an end-to-end ecosystem that connects policy, project preparation, and financing.
Thanks a lot. Often when you look at financing for industrial decarb, you tend to assume that the money isn't there. There is a supply side issue, but I think it's important and sobering the points that you made on the demand side, the pipeline gap, the coherent programming, and the management of risks. Jenny, you had spoken about the numbers, 4 to 6 billion of philanthropic money versus 6 to 8 trillion of what's required. It is a small part of it, but it can be hugely catalytic, as you said. So I wanted to check with you, from Sequoia's experience of developing philanthropic capital in the industrial decarbonization space, what has been the most effective use of philanthropic capital catalytically to unlock or de-risk or enable other forms of financing? And where have been the limits of what philanthropic capital can achieve been apparent?
Thank you. Yeah, so from Sequoia's standpoint, there's certain limit of where our funding could be deployed, and the obvious limit is around kind of next generation technology that Yaki mentioned in that third categories. Whereas we see more of our roles in helping kind of the first and second pillar, where there's ready technology, ready market, and how do we build capacity to further strengthen these technology to be deployed. And or if there is market challenge, then how can we support the market transformation, building the policy framework and de-risking mechanism to support these technology to be deployed. Internally, we believe that it is time for us to cast away the notion that industry is hard to abate. We have seen a continuous stream of technology advancement coming in, and there are a lot of innovative technological startups to continue to bring these technology online. And so the question is more, how do we scale the deployment of these technology? How can we design the policy tools and market transformation that would enable those things to happen? An open question that we have is who will lead the way of how to do this? Who will pave the path forward? And I think there are a lot of wait and see to see what model would work, what technology, what ideas should come up. And speaking from our experience working in Asia, we really believe that Asia is not only where the industries are concentrated and challenges are concentrated, but also a place where new technology, new solutions, new capitals, and new pathway can be generated. So instead of waiting for models to be developed and then applied to Asia, we really encourage Asia to step up as a leadership to think about what would be the solutions and technologies that would fit for our own context and our history. So for the decade to come, we see decarbonization, industry decarbonization especially, as an opportunity for all countries to accelerate its social and development, economic development. And leading in clean industrial technology is a way to gain competitiveness as a global solution provider. and it will also move us away from the risk of fossil fuel reliance. So we've seen a lot of countries across Asia taking leadership in thinking beyond just climate policy, but also in terms of industrial policy, security policy, in integrating climate consideration into those things. And I think these are necessary steps in order to build a better groundwork and signals for the industry to take actions. And here in Korea, we're seeing the GX Week happening, and there are active conversations around the GX policy to become, and we really look forward to what would come out of it that would support Korea to potentially be a low carbon leader in this space. And so to that end, a lot of the philanthropic funding that we focused on is looking at how can we really build the policy designs, the global coalition, collaboration, and standards that speaks to local context, while at the same time creating that push and pull mechanism for the technology to be further deployed, and also making green industrialization bankable across the globe. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And that framing that you offered about what's happening in terms of the reason why we're doing this, there was a time the reason was primarily about tons and the climate impact. And obviously that's relevant, but it then started becoming about costs. And now it's becoming about risk. And you're seeing more drivers for action. So choose your motivator and enact, and stop calling it hard to abate. Kate, you had promised that you were going to give some specific examples, and love to hear them from ADB's experience of structuring and deploying financing in practice, including through blended finance instruments, guarantees, and technical assistance. What's been the most effective way of making industrial decarbonization projects bankable and in mobilizing that co-finance from other sources? And again, what have been the persistent challenges that you've encountered?
Okay, so I'll go straight on practical examples. So I think we hear a lot about upstream technical assistance and the importance, but I think making sure that it's really targeted to the problem we're trying to solve is really critical. So maybe some specific examples that have emerged lately related to industrial decarbonization. So we have ATA on decarbonization of hard-to-abate industrial sectors, and it's doing a lot of work trying economic viability assessments, firm-level roadmaps, really trying to come up with practical, identification of opportunities. Another example on the other spectrum, we found that a lot of our countries that we work with have been very focused on their own national climate commitments, with less focus or understanding around transition risk in terms of where others are going. And so we now have a Just Transition Support platform that's doing a whole lot of work on transition risk modelling and trying to work with governments to understand which sectors and which supply chains and things are really at risk. So again, that's kind of critical upstream work that helps to create the demand for this type of work. And then another example in Cambodia, supporting on energy efficiency regulations and audits. So again, giving those strong policy signals. Another area maybe less well known, particularly I mentioned industrial decarbonisation is a very fragmented market. So for MDBs, not usually the size of the engagement that we would need. So we're doing a lot of work with financial intermediaries, right? And so that is an effective way. So that means effectively we lend to a national bank or a national entity that then on-lends to SMEs or others. So for example, in China, we had the China Chemical Industrial Energy Efficiency and Emission Reduction Project. So that was a $100 million loan to the construction bank, who then on-lent. So that is really effective because it also means we can help to build the capacity of these national entities. But on the flip side, it obviously brings a different type of risks and some issues around transparency. You know, even for example, how we calculate the climate finance associated with that loan gets tricky if you don't have visibility over all the end lending, but still something we really suited for industrial decarbonisation. Another area which is interesting that our private sector department is looking at is supply chain finance, right? And not, large manufacturers, they can't fully decarbonise or meet their net zero commitment unless their supply chain also comes in. But the SMEs deeper in the value chain have really severe financing constraints. So our trade and supply chain finance program has taken an approach where they link the financing to the buyer's relationship. And so effectively you can secure the financing by the supply chain relationship. So again, looking more creatively at how you can address some of these risks. Transition finance, obviously we talk about it a lot. It's very difficult because you're obviously financing more brown activities. And so that comes with a lot more questions, even for example, the level of engagement that we need to have with CSOs and NGOs when we're engaging in transition is so far above, the amount we have when we're doing green financing. So it's an absolutely necessary part, but it all adds to the transaction cost. But one example from ADB, so we have an energy transition mechanism, which is a financial mechanism to accelerate the early closure of coal-fired power stations. And so that really is where ADB tries to take the lead in showing that we can really address difficult problems through clever financial solutions. It was a big flagship program of ADB, but it's been much more difficult in practice to implement than we realize. But I think even the learnings from that process, for example, one tiny small thing is actually the legal obligation of the board of the SOE to provide stable power, right, under law in a particular country. So if you're going to accelerate the closure of the coal-fired power station and have no guarantee over the replacement power, are you compromising their legal position? So I think MDBs need to take the lead on things like that. It may not always go as planned, but the lessons from that process. And then last example, results-based lending. So this is also particularly effective for things like energy efficiency programs. So really that's where the disbursement of periodic loans is linked to development, achievement of development indicators rather than actual project costs. And so for this instrument, ADB, there needs to be a government program or policy in place that you lend alongside. And so a lot of governments, for example, may have put out an energy efficiency target or plan. And so then this allows us to finance in line with that plan and effectively implement. And then very last one, so blended and concessional, I left it to last because that's what everyone usually says about MDBs, but obviously a key area of work we do, and that includes, as the most recent example, the climate investment funds have the industry decarbonisation program ongoing. So ADB is working in Turkey and Uzbekistan on that. And again, that really comes to your original point on supply side. So it's tricky to identify bankable projects. So we're in that process at the moment. Thanks.
I want to just ask a follow-up question. You spoke about the fragmentation in the industrial decarbonization space. And can you describe what that actually means in practice? Because when you think about fragmentation, oftentimes you think about it in agriculture, in a smallholder farming, that's fragmentation. Somehow you think industrial decarbonization is a little less fragmented. How do you see it?
I think it depends on maybe the kind of product line and the country, right? So if you talk cement and steel and you look at India, then obviously you have some very big players. So they have the capacity and the size of the portfolio to engage directly with ADB or with a lender. If you look in other examples, maybe in is plastics in one of the Central Asian countries, or that the actual individual manufacturers, maybe the industry and the supply line itself is big enough, but the individual actors are not typically actors that have borrowed or engaged with an MDB before. So how do you help them to be able to access it and also get the volume that it makes the transaction costs worthwhile? And particularly that financial intermediary lending is really helpful for that, because often a lot of those national banks or national entities already lend to those. So they have those established, agriculture is a good example, they have those established relationships perhaps on funding fertilizer and other agricultural products. So you can leverage those existing relationships.
Serena, you had, when you were presenting, you put a slide up which was about the toolkit that you all developed with Climate Club. I was wondering, are there examples of, I'm presuming it's companies that can, countries that can use this toolkit. Are there examples of countries using them and hopefully getting money after that?
That's an excellent question. I actually might use this opportunity to hand over the floor to my colleague, Dara, who's online, who's been very involved in that work. So, Dara, if you're
sure.
There, do you want to come in here?
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Siri, but I leave it first to you if you wish. Otherwise, I can come in afterwards.
Go ahead.
Okay, no, this is a very, very fruitful, excellent discussion. And I also heard different views on the progress that's been made on the industry decarbonization financing space. Actually, when you look at the current situation, as Serena mentioned, indeed, purely from an assistance, international assistance perspective, the mitigation-related assistance is, not fully focusing on industry, and there's big space to grow there. So that's key. But when you look from the perspective of the private sector, from the governments and the financial sector, and that's your question related to toolkit, there's actually important developments. Let me put it that way. In the context of the Climate Club, my colleague Michael is also there. I think we've looked into the NDCs, and there is promising progress, how the industry is being increasingly better covered, especially more detailed targets. From the industry side, there is, cautiously, let's say, positive interest towards less commercialized technologies like hydrogen carbon capture. And from the financial sector, that is the toolkit, where we overviewed around 30 de-risking economic and financing instruments that can and are working for industry decarbonization financing and projects across heavy industries and light industries. There's actually quite a lot of tools that we have. So all these country platforms that you also gave examples of, including specific for industry, like in Turkey and other countries that are emerging, those platforms would not be emerging if those instruments are also not available. So it's not only about the availability of finance, it's also about the availability of instruments. And the toolkit is receiving significant attention, obviously from the private sector, because that was a big, let's say, gap in knowledge about what's available and how I can finance my project as a private sector, whether I'm a SME or if I'm a big industry, doesn't matter. And so that is being very helpful. We see that as an impact. And the other thing is also the IFIs, the MDBs are showing being interested in this toolkit. And my colleague from the ADB, not only her organization, but also other IFIs such as the EBRD, World Bank, we are working very closely with them, including the philanthropies in the space of this development of the toolkit, because some examples come from them, but they are also getting aware of examples of what other banks, what other private sector actors are doing in terms of developing and implementing instruments, but also insurance companies and so on that are also entering the space with new tools, guarantees, insurance products for industry decarbonization. So it's being used significantly, and that is in the bottom line. It's a promising development area, the availability of these instruments. They are increasingly become also accessible to different actors. So that's another point to say. And then the third point is we are very much happy to work with the governments here and other actors to spread this knowledge, to help in capacity building and increase their use. Thank you so much for the good question. I hope this was all clear from distance in Paris. Thank you.
Now heard it clear, and the answer was comprehensive. Thank you. Yuki, from your experience working with financial institutions and policymakers on transition finance in practice, including in the context of industrial decarbonization, but maybe not only that, what has that revealed about what financial institutions actually need to move capital into the space, and what has been the most effective way in bridging the gap between commitment and deployment?
Thank you. So I think one of the things that is a bit surprising maybe is that we are one of the financial initiatives, and a lot of the financial initiatives actually don't work with the real economy or the real economy initiatives. So we, as we started our industrial decarbonization, we have actually reached out to initiatives like UNIDO, GIZ, the WEF, and WBCSD, and others, and also the real economy ministries and policymakers as well, because a lot of the financial initiatives tend to work together with the financial regulators and the financial institutions. But we are actually, there is a barrier with the real economy. And I think that's actually reflective of a lot of the governments as well. A lot of the governments, the central bank will actually have their own sustainability initiatives that are a little bit separate from the real economy policymakers initiatives, and they are not talking to each other. And so we have made it, made the extra effort in reaching out to them. And one of the things that we have, learned through that process is that for the banks as well, and for the investors, they kind of understand the sector, but not in the real depth, because a lot of the times they will trust what the client is saying or what the roadmap is saying, but they will not have very specific understanding of those sectors. So in most cases, a lot of the financing to the industry is through corporate lending and not project-based lending. So they will not go into the depth to really understand the technologies. And so you might have heard of things like sustainability-linked loans or bonds. They are more blanket cover that just trusts the transition plan of the company, which is good. But when it's about trying to solve a finance that needs a blended finance solution, you actually need to understand the technology more in detail, and that normally a corporate lending might not be sufficient for that kind of purpose. So one of the first things that we started off with is building capacity for financial institutions to understand specific sectors. And we did in Thailand, we did a workshop between the Thai cement industry and the Thai Bankers Association, and got not just the sustainability team, but also the credit risk team and the relationship managers to sit together with the cement industry to really understand what's going on, where are the challenges right now from the cement sector's point of view, and also from the bank's point of view, telling the cement industry where they see is the reason for the unbankability. So that was, capacity building is the first step. And then the second step is probably not waiting for things to happen, because financial institutions, when they see unbankability or marginally unbankability, they will just wait for things to become bankable. But what we really need is for financial institutions to proactively speak with their clients and the real economy policymakers to understand what's going on and to support them as well. As I was saying earlier, the finance is not a standalone solution. We need to work at the same pace as the development in green public procurement, in acceptance of the green cement in the market, and it all has to, it's a chicken and egg solution. So ideally we do need a coordinator somewhere in the middle, which could be the government, but it could be someone else that really coordinates between the three. But the financial institutions need to be at the seat as well. And then lastly is the financing solution. There is, blended finance, there is carbon credits, there's a lot of different ways of financing, but I think that comes as the last step in this process.
Realistically, though, I wonder whether it's anybody else but the government. I see the need for that coordination. We're going to just check in now on audience questions. If there's any questions or comments that participants had, just please raise your hand, come to a mic. Yes, please. Go ahead. There's a board here that has the time, and it's now in bright red because we've crossed time, so but we still have time. Excellent.
Thank you, moderators and panelists, for the excellent and forward-looking presentation. Kailan speaking on behalf of AOSIS. Many SIDS already have NDC investment plans that reflect country-driven priorities, yet these often struggle to move from plans to bankable, de-risked projects that can attract climate finance from investors and multilateral climate funds. Most SIDS have now submitted their NDC 3.0, accompanied by implementation roadmaps and investment pipelines. What is lacking is not ambition or readiness, but the predictable and accessible conditional finance required to deliver on these commitments. Despite our particular circumstances and the very real and growing impacts being experienced by our communities, SIDS continue to show leadership. We choose to fight for 1.5, to do everything possible, not just to survive, but to stay alive and thrive. Against this backdrop, I guess leading to my question now is, how do we practically bridge the gap between NDC, investment plans, and bankable projects? And how can multilateral institutions better operationalize the special circumstances of SIDS so that our communities can access climate finance for adaptation and mitigation when it is mostly urgently needed? In that context, could you also speak to realistic timelines for processing, approving, and dispersing funds? For SIDS, speed is not a technical issue, it's essential. Finance that arrives after the next cyclone or tsunami arrives too late. Thank you.
Kate, do you want to take that? Or maybe we take a couple of questions and then we'll, yeah, please go ahead. And if you have the question directed at any one particular person, please feel free to say so.
Yes, thank you very much. Also for lurking in the background quite weirdly here in line, so I hope that wasn't too weird. My name is Andreas Faseker-Seel, I'm from the European Union. I had 3 specific questions to the colleague from the Sequoia Climate Foundation. Also because the concept of philanthropic funding, I think is not as, or at least I, and I guess colleagues here as well, maybe not have been too exposed to this specific type of funding compared to the other sources of funding. So could you just explain briefly how philanthropic funding and the disbursement works in general? Do you use the same channels? What are your requirements? Do you have any, expectations on return on investment? Who do you work together with? How are the industry partners aware of the possibilities that you're offering, and so on and so forth? Second question would be, you mentioned this number of, I think, 4 to 6 or 6 to 8 billion per year that you estimate is being channeled to climate causes through philanthropic funding. Do you have some more numbers on the overall, let's say, pot of philanthropic funding that is being dispersed each year, just to understand the share of it and what possible, to which number this could still grow? Because given, the massive amount of private capital and private wealth, 6 to 8 billion doesn't sound too much, to be honest. And then third question would be, what is needed exactly to draw more private capital, wealth, and philanthropic funding into the climate space? So if you could elaborate a bit on this, that would be very much appreciated. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Kate, did you want to take the MDB question first, and then we can move to the Sequoia question?
Sure. So yes, that is a huge, thank you for the question. And really, I think firstly to recognise the massive amount of effort that countries put into the last round of NDCs. It really was a heavy lift for a lot of countries, and we were involved with a number and really a huge effort. So just to recognise that. Also, I guess then to recognise the frustration, right? That if that effort has been put in and these investment plans have been developed, then why isn't it an easier step between that and the financing? And I think this is a question that we have discussed a lot. I know this bright red clock is here, so maybe a quick answer, but happy to have a more detailed discussion. Often, it depends on the country and I think the size of government and that, but often the investment plan that is developed hasn't necessarily got the buy-in of the sector or line ministries in the plan, and so maybe they participated in the preparation, but there isn't necessarily true integration into the sector planning process, and often MDBs or other financiers have strong relationships between their sector specialists and the sector specialists in the country, and they are discussing the types of investments, and maybe that slight gap from the plan. So I think one effort on the side of governments is to really make sure that there is buy-in for that investment plan, and that doesn't necessarily mean the working group that was convened for the preparation of it, but a kind of sustainable structure ongoing where that NDC feedback loop into the sector planning is there, as well as obviously the Ministry of Finance and the decision maker on where often the MDB funds go. On the side of the MDBs, we also have the same responsibility, because how do we ensure that climate is then embedded into our programming cycles? And we are doing a lot of work on that on the ADB side. As an example, traditionally, because ministries of environment or climate, they're not borrowing ministries, so they are not a core part of the standard consultation process that was in place for country programming. So how do we ensure that climate representatives are there in all programming discussions and that we have specific climate consultations as part of programming as well, so that those types of investment. So I think that's in terms of how you actually embed those plans into the programming process. I think the other one is that a lot of there's an investment plan, but then there's a level of nuance that needs to go into in terms of which types of investments are right for which types of financing, right? So many countries have such a large list of investments that are needed to meet the NDCs, but they exist on a massive spectrum of risk and bankability and different scope and types they are, and there's not always on all sides, not always the kind of really good technical understanding of which types of investments are suitable for which investors. Often in countries, the assumption of maybe going to the GCF will be first, and then the MDBs, and then maybe some leftovers to try to find others. So perhaps a more detailed look at the investment plan to understand the types of investments that should go to which type of financier, and also the sequencing of the investments. I'll stop there for time, but happy to discuss it further.
Thank you. Indy, you want to take the next one?
Yeah, thank you for the question. For the philanthropic funding use, I'll just speak for Sequoia's perspective, because there are many philanthropy funders out there and they each have their own particular approach. But for our own organization, we mainly work with CSOs and nonprofit partners and think tanks who are working with other players sitting on this table to together think about how to create the enabling conditions in general, and also working with the government and local government. Maybe some example I can bring is one of the things that I think Yaki discussed about the lack of bankability and the need for coordinator. We sometimes support organizations who can potentially play that role of coordination between government, industry, and financial institutes to develop a bankable list of projects that would then be able to channel in the financial flows into the system. In terms of the philanthropic funding size, it is relatively small. Climate is a relatively small fund sector within the broader philanthropic landscape. Our own estimation is about, globally, about only 3% of the total philanthropic funding is coming into climate. And we definitely think that there's potential to bridge more funding in terms of thinking how climate intersect with health, development, and other aspects of things. There are also a lot of untapped potential, maybe sit right here in Asia, where there are a lot of rich families and they probably haven't looked into developing their own philanthropic initiatives yet. The last question, I wasn't too sure I understand it correctly. My guess is where do I see more fundings could be explored? So hopefully my answer was answering that already. Thank you.
Thanks a ton. We are just ready to close. So if there's one last question from anybody, we'll take that. I don't see hands up. Okay, then maybe let's use this to do a shortened version of what we were planning. Did you have something to add onto this? Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to quickly react to the intervention by AOSIS, just to acknowledge that the constraints and the challenges that SIDS are facing is something that the GCF recognizes, and we have been working really hard to try and find solutions to enhance access to SIDS, LDCs, and Africa, which is part of the governing instrument of the GCF. I'm happy to have a bilateral. We do have a dedicated team here, and tomorrow during the marketplace we do have some opportunity that we would also welcome input from countries. We are in the process of consulting to inform the next strategic plan of the GCF from 2028 to 2031, and also our next readiness strategy. So such inputs would be really, really welcome. Thank you.
Thanks so much, everyone. Thank you to the panelists for really thoughtful comments as well as specific examples. I hope all of you leave with a better sense of practices that work, barriers that are particularly stubborn, or lessons that you could pick up from today. Do keep this conversation going. This shouldn't be the end of it. I've been requested by the organizers to say that there's now a coffee break, but there's a heartfelt request that everyone comes back in 15 minutes, so 4 p.m. local. Thank you very much, everyone.